is to fight Lululu, lululu. Perfect. Hello, everybody. We are ready to start. Put on your seatbelt and join us for a trip to the moon and back on Privacy Camp Day. Welcome, everybody. Please make your if you'd like. Privacy Camp is about to begin. Hey! It's great we're having such a excited, non-caffeinated well. Can I see a show of hands for the people who are here for the first time? This is great. So hold them up. Everybody, look around you. Talk to the people you know, but most importantly, talk to the people who are here for the first time. We're really happy. That's the point of Privacy Camp, to always bring in people in this community every year. And also, we're really happy for the sun. It's a pretty nice day. We're usually not having this for Privacy Camp because it's in January. So having the sun with us today is a really precious thing. But when we look outside the window, we also see that the world is really not at its best. So the horizon is pretty worrying for the state of human rights. And we want to center today's conversation in this reality. In Europe and around the world, academics and NGOs are under increasing pressure. This pressure comes both in legal ways, in financial ways, but also physical ways. And it's important to keep this in mind. The funding space is shrinking for human rights defenders, for NGOs, for communities, while budgets are increasing for militarization and securitization. And that's important to keep in mind as we're talking today. Yes, we are in a global turmoil, there's geopolitics, international relations are going haywire, but what we forget sometimes to keep in mind, especially in places like Brussels, is that comes with life. We're not just talking politics, we're talking livelihood, we're talking people who are suffering. And that's important. In Sudan, Congo, Ukraine, Palestine, people are dying. And we're hoping that today we can think of towards trying to make that better. In the EU, we're looking at deregulation, or what some people like to call it simplification, for the sake of competitiveness. Ding. It sounds great, no? We've seen it in the digital policy space, and others have seen it in the environmental space. Also, others have seen it in the workers' rights, and we're looking at social welfare being cut more and more. We're now at the 13th edition of Privacy Camp, and what we wanted to really center today's discussion is resilience and the age of deregulation. We want to talk about how are we using solidarity as the most powerful tool to be together in a space that is shrinking. We come together across borders, across topics, across so many different ways of life. And most importantly, when you look at the program, you will see quite a lot of workshops. That's intentional. And we forgot to mention who we are. We're the content
You forgot to mention who you are.
But people don't come here to know who we are. They come here
But
to...
you can say it. Andrea, who are you? Tell us.
My name is Andrea and Gloria. We're both part of the content committee together with Jill, who you'll see later on today. And we really wanted to make this program actionable. That's why we put so many to see solidarity in action. Yes, it's important to debate, it's important to have panels, and this room will host them throughout the day. But the rest of the rooms invite people to really come together, meet each other, and act together at the end of the day. And most importantly, talk how do we stay resilient? How do we work on the topics we care about, but also care for each other, care for the communities we're part of? How do we work in coalitions in a way that nourishes the entire field, not just our own organization, not just our own group? How do we stay close to each other? Being here in this room is a privilege. I want us to all think of how lucky we are to have each other. I'm really in a, lovable space. And I'm very much mindful that a lot of people could not be here today, even though they wanted to. We've had people who, because of border restrictions, because of visa restrictions. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. There's many people missing from this space today. Privacy Camp is organized this year by European Digital Rights, the organization I speak on behalf of, in collaboration with the Research Group on Law, Science, Technology and Society, the Privacy Salon, the Institute of European Studies, and Université Salle, and the Racism and Technology Center. So now I'll hand it over to Gloria, who'll speak on behalf of LSTS at VUP.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Indeed. Thank you. I'm the director of the LSTS research group from VUB, the Free University of Brussels. We have been sort of involved in one way or another with the one. It was a long time ago. Andrea often tells me, you are like the old school team. It's a gentle way of saying you're a bit of old, getting older, but I'm the old school team. We were here since day one, and it is very important for us as a research group, as a group of academics, to be involved in creating this space. I think there are many academics all over Europe, all over the planet, who really appreciate these kind of exchanges. I wonder if perhaps for us, working in this space in Brussels, it's even more necessary. We need really this air. If you're in Brussels, you might know that we are surrounded with a variety of actors, with a variety of agendas, and I have really the feeling that now they smell the possibility of having some meaningful intervention, and they are sort of very, very active here in Brussels. I think now I receive everything, discuss simplification of everything. So it's important that we have these kind of spaces that we learn from civil society. Maybe you find us useful, and that's great. If you don't find us useful, we will survive. We are used to this. We are academics. We will just go over. That's the institutional part of this. I have myself really been to all the privacy camps, except one. Apparently, it was not the best one. Not because I wasn't there, but and it really means that I grew attached to this idea that privacy camp was in January, and this year it wasn't in January, and I was very destabilized. And I called Andrea, what is happening? January is here, and there's no privacy camp. So we did organize something else to compensate emotionally this gap. It was called we really did. It was called the Digital Rights Lounge. It was very nice. Maybe some of you were there. You can confirm that it was quite nice. Now we are in September. We have this. I think there are positive sides. There is a negative to acknowledge. For those of you who have organized panels or workshops, we did ask you to do many things during the summer. And I think it's great, and we have to say thank you very much. We probably interfere with your summer. I would not say that we believed you were going to do this, but you did this, you delivered. So thank you very much. And I'm not sure we can promise we will not do it again. We will see. We will see what happens. There is one last little thing about the content itself, because I was there many years ago. It was about privacy, data protection, almost only. Then very quickly, I'm very happy with the expansion, because in my head, I'm convinced that everything in this planet is connected to data protection, so you can discuss everything, and I really, really like data protection, so I see data protection everywhere. But this year, you could say maybe I'm super happy because data protection, the GDPR, is twice on the program. And I say, oh, she must be happy. But am I really happy? It says the GDPR at risk. Then it says another panel, the GDPR under attack. I think we were missing perhaps a panel saying GDPR and then some very bad words. So I'm not sure I'm happy. I'm a bit worried with the situation. I'm happy that some of you are also worried. I'm happy to be in this space, worried together. So thank you very much for being here, and yes, see you around today.
Okay, and before we program, I would like to thank our sponsors who made everything, not everything, financially possible for this year. That's all those folks there. I would like to particularly thank our main sponsor, the European Data Protection Supervisor, who's been Privacy Camp's general supporter for 8 years, and later also have the EDPS Civil Society Summit, part of the program. Our warm thanks also go to NordVPN, Surfshark Norway, Tech Hive, Advisory Africa, and the Center for AI and Digital Policy, who've supported the conference on multiple occasions. And this year, new supporters, FlockyNet and Amnesia VPN, who are we delighted to welcome on board. And so now, before we go on, I just want to say that you should all be excellent with each other for the rest of the day. If you feel like some of you've received the code of conduct, there is a safety team who has the contact details in that email, Vanessa, Ella, and Brian. And of course, if you would not like to be photographed, like we are right now, there's a red lanyard that you should have around your neck. And if you don't mind, there's a green lanyard. With that on, enjoy Privacy Camp. Stay in this room. If you would like to go to all the other sessions, you have to move from this room. Okay, super. On this? There are 4 people?
We are 4, yeah. Hello, everyone. The session that is about to start is called Access to Devices by Law Enforcement. How does current police practice call for legal change? The moderator is going to be Bastien Lecorrec from La Quadrature du Net, who's just coming into stage. And everybody, please remember the photo policy: green lanyard, okay to be taking pictures; red lanyard, not okay. Make sure that you want a green one?
Hello, everyone. I'm Bastien. I'm a legal officer at La Quadrature du Net. La Quadrature du Net is a French NGO fighting for digital rights. Today, we will talk about the topic of accessing to devices by law enforcement and about the current practice from the legal changes around that. So we wanted to have this panel because today we can see a trend among law enforcement agencies to expand their power to access to data. We seen multiple recurring scandals over the last years, suggesting this trend within law enforcement, this desire to secure legally and technically their access and to have broad access to devices, primarily smartphones, but not only. In 2023, there has been the Pegasus scandal. It was a key element of one of the privacy camp workshops, and today this topic is still relevant. It's a hot topic as some member states want to legalize their use of spyware. And in addition to spywares, we've seen a rise in cases involving compromised encrypted messaging apps, such as the SkyCC and EncroChat cases. And we will talk about this in this panel. In these two cases were involving an end-to-end encrypted messaging apps, but also sold with special phones. It was not only an app like Signal or WhatsApp, it was also phones sold with these apps. And so those two cases were a key element of this trend from law enforcement to gain more access to devices. In both cases, the French police managed to get access to those messaging apps because they decided that criminality were using those apps. And they managed to compromise the entire service and not specific targeted phones. I believe it's crucial to make a link between spywares and messaging app compromising, as it's the two faces of the same coin. In each time, it's a way to access to encrypted data, to phones. And even if it's not with the same technical elements, it's still an access, a wide access to devices. Behind the appearance of targeting, the use of spywares hides the security industry and the desire among member states to make this access an essential tool in criminal investigation. So that's why we will make that link between accessing to encrypted messaging app and spywares. Today, I have three wonderful speakers with me. First, we have Chloé Berthelemy. You are a policy advisor at EDRI, European Digital Rights. You coordinate the advocacy on law enforcement, on state surveillance, and on encryption. The last reform of Europol, prompted by the EncroChat and SkyCC cases. So thank you very much for being there today. We also have Guillaume Dasquier. You are a journalist, on the case of SkyCC, and you released a documentary with Nicolas Jaillat on the case. You had access to numerous documents thanks to the consortium you were in. And those documents will help us today in this discussion to better understand how law enforcement work and what are their desires for future legal modification. And we also have Rory Flynn. Rory, you are a software developer at Amnesty International Security Lab. You are working on forensic tools. The Security Lab has published numerous investigations into the abuse of spyware by governments against civil society. Recent publications include a series of reports on the use of spyware, or on the use of Serbia to install novel spyware on student protesters' phones, and also an investigation into the export of mass surveillance and censorship technology to Pakistan. So thank you very much, you three, to be there today. To start, we will dig into the SkyCC case. For those entities, it's a case where the French police managed to get access to a service, to a messaging app, in order to investigate criminal cases, but the police decided to compromise the entire service and not only specific phones. It's a case, Guillaume, you worked on, and it's also very close to another case called EncroChat, which was another application sold with phones, with secured phones, and also the French police managed to get access to the entire service. So to start our discussion, we will have a video excerpt from your documentary, Guillaume. It's 3 minutes to introduce this topic, and then we will start our discussion.
I am Katrien de Bolle. I am the director of Europol since 2018. My job is to fight crime. When people tell me from this sector that they deliver the device, but they are not at all responsible for the possible usage of the tools, then I cannot understand that, and I don't appreciate that.
The use of encryption is at the center of terrorist tradecraft for the last 2 years. Right? Post-Snowden, they made a move. They changed the way they conduct themselves to thwart our ability to see them.
Les procureurs de 4 pays, France, Belgique, Espagne, Maroc, ceux qui incarnent la lutte antiterroriste réunis à Paris.
Les procureurs antiterroristes souhaitent unir leurs voix pour alerter les plus hautes autorités nationales et internationales, ainsi que les sociétés concernées, par le problème du chiffrement des communications et du verrouillage des dernières générations de téléphones, tablettes et ordinateurs.
So we saw that all the people having a SkyCC phone, which was very expensive, were all criminals. And they used these encrypted communication tools, these encrypted telephones, to organize their business. We started to reflect on how can we address this legally and also technically. We have some specialists here, and they try to find the access to the encrypted communication. So they try to decrypt the communication and to enter into the system, in fact, and to listen to everything what was going on in SkyCC. And then, because it was so big, a JIT was created, a joint investigation team. Different countries, different investigators, different judges, and Europol all working together. The different countries participating in the JIT, in this case Belgium, France, and the Netherlands. The other platforms, the legal platforms, are used by everybody, by regular people like you and me, also by criminals. And when we have issues with the legal platforms, and when we get a court order to have lawful access to this communication platform, our expectation from the law enforcement community is that we should be granted also access to the content on that information. So for me, the hosting online providers should be forced in one way or another to provide us with the information we need for our investigative cases, to be able to do our work in an efficient way. I am not asking for a back door. Nobody is asking for a back door. We want a front door.
What a wonderful way to start the day by talking about front doors. So, yeah, in this excerpt of the documentary from Guillaume, we wanted to highlight the words using by law enforcement on that topic. Start our discussion. First, I will give you I will give you, Rory, the mic. What are the implications? So you worked on the case specifically in Serbia and on the technical aspects. And what are the implications of the usage of those spyware tools for civil society, for civil liberties? Can you explain a little more that?
Sure. First of all, thanks very much for inviting us here, Edri and Le Quadrature de Net. Be in Belgium when it's warm. I've used to attend FOSDEM, which is always in February in winter, so good to be in Belgium in the sunshine. So yeah, I work for the security lab at Amnesty International. We recently had an investigation in cooperation with the Share Foundation in Serbia. I believe some of those people are here today. And this was around the use of the tool called Salle. So for those of you who don't know, Salle is a tool that's used by law enforcement to unlock phones, but also for forensic analysis. So once access to the phone has been obtained, to actually catalog what has happened on that phone, for example, in the case of a crime has been committed. Just to say also that, you know, at Amnesty, you know, victims of crime also have rights. So that's also, you know, a factor here. Crimes have to be investigated. However, in this case, what we saw was the abuse of the Salle tool, which, by the way, is widely deployed. Almost every Western police force has access to it or a similar product. What we saw in Serbia was this tool was first used to unlock devices and then to install a homegrown Android spyware onto the devices to continuously monitor them. You know, just how these tools work, you know, we don't call Salle a mercenary spyware operator. They certainly don't like that term being applied to them. However, Salle do rely on exploits. Similar to Pegasus and Predator spyware, they have to exploit the phone, very often exploit the phone in order to gain access to it. Actually, to do this, you know, very often the phone will have to be in an after first unlock state, meaning that the phone actually has to be interfered with to actually unlock it and to dump data from it. And in terms of like the consequences of this, it's you know, when it comes to the rights to a fair trial, you know, whether these exploits are actually made available to, you know, the defense party in a case is a big open question. Also, how those exploits work, what modification is made to the device when Salle is run against it is a big open question. In our case, we observed that Salle did delete files on the system. That's not an accusation to say that they're trying to, you know, cover things up or anything. That's to say that was part of how the exploit was running, it involved modifying files on the device. So yeah, in terms of like the calls we made to Celebrate to change recommendations for what they should change going forward, you know, we believe that like Celebrate as a private company should be ensuring that their tools have in place controls to ensure that rights are respected, that there's limits on accessing only necessary data, and in terms of how their tool was abused in Serbia, that there should be limits placed on, you know, making sure that only necessary data can be accessed on the phone. Something to note was that Celebrate did cancel the contract with Serbia after we had published our first report on this case. Actually, a further individual had their phone accessed and spyware placed on it by the BIA in Serbia. And after this point, Celebrate did cancel the contract. Interestingly, Celebrate was funded for Serbia by the Norwegian government. The Norwegian government issued a response saying they were quite concerned about how this tool that they had funded was used in Serbia.
Okay, thank you. And in the report of the security lab, you worked on the Serbian case, and what can we say about these partnerships building between private companies and states? What did you see a trend beyond this case of Serbia of privatization of state security?
Sure. So, small countries can't really build and maintain the technology, the exploits used to break into devices, whether that's through something like Celebrate, which is like physical access, or whether it's something more remote access like Pegasus or Predator or now Paragon. And in the Serbia case, we also identified that 2 journalists had received Pegasus infection links around this time also. So just to mention, yeah, the privatization aspect. Governments have to rely on these companies because this is just the economics of it. It's very expensive to maintain full chain exploits for lots of different devices, and even in the US, even in larger countries with bigger budgets, we also see privatization of this sector also with 2 military subcontractors. So this is also an accountability problem then, because how are governments ensuring, okay, what exploit is actually being run on people's phones? Can they audit that code? Given that exploits are kind of trade secrets, they're kind of the bit that's expensive. I don't imagine they are, auditing the full exploit chain. So I think that's an area of concern as well.
Thank you very much. Regarding this topic of partnership between law enforcement and private sector, Guillaume, in your documentary, you mentioned the partnership between the French police and OVH, which is a large hosting provider in France, and OVH worked with the police to allow access to servers of SkyCC. Can you explain the story behind this informal partnership between OVH and the police?
Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for this invitation, and thanks a lot to Edry and La Quadrature. We worked more than 2 years on this investigation, and I have just 10 minutes today. So I will stay here for the next hours. If some of you have any question on some legal aspect or technical, please come. So about OVH, a very big French and European company. Many things very interesting. So, first of all, a few words about Sky ECC. Sky ECC run by based in Vancouver, Sky Global. And so their business was based on, of course, different agreements with some subcontracting. For example, AT&T for the SIM cards, BlackBerry for some support, technical support, and OVH Cloud to store and to carry their data. It means that encrypted communication between Sky ECC users sooner or later was stored inside a cloud data center, and one of their OVH cloud data center based in Roubaix, in the north of France, so in the French territory. So after first meeting with a wonderful lady you saw, Madame Catherine de Boll, in Europol, the Netherlands sent a request to France to monitor all the OVH cloud servers by Sky ECC. So why the Netherlands and Belgium? Because they found a lot, hundreds of Sky ECC SIM cards in some criminal case. And so this request to France. And French police sent a request to OVH Cloud, and the company agreed. On the technical side, they downloaded encrypted message through a probe between the main server and the backup server inside OVH. And to find a way to decrypt, they downloaded by 250 gigabits from the random access memory of the main server. The operation took place in June 2019 until March 2021. And so for 18 months, they monitor around 170,000 users all the time. So, of course, we discuss this matter with OVH Cloud Executive and with the OVH CEO, which maybe it was a funny moment because OVH headquarters in Paris is very close to the French court. And from the window of the CEO, this is not very important, but it's just funny for me. You can see the court, okay. We don't care about, but so why we discuss with them and with him? Because in the past, OVH Cloud claimed a lot his commitment to protect privacy. And for many people, OVH Cloud, it's better than, of course, Amazon and Google and, okay. And so, of course, maybe that OVH try to help WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. So this is something very important in their communication. But in this case, they faced with a dilemma. Of course, in theory, OVH Cloud, as a French company, must comply with French court order. It's very clear for all French companies. And it's the same in every country. But in practice, given this exceptional operation, which is clearly a mass surveillance operation, carried out from their server, we do believe OVH Cloud could have challenged this request through some legal appeals, because you can do that in the French law. And they choose, not to do. And so, why? Of course, I answered the question, and I don't have any answer to bring to you today, but we have some idea. OVH Cloud has developed sovereign cloud solution for France, but also for a lot of European Union governments. And so let's just say maybe that the atmosphere in France favors a sort of mutual understanding between tech and government.
Thank you. You mentioned that this operation on SkyECC was an operation not only by the French police, but also through the help of the Belgium. And you mentioned that some phones with SkyECC were found in the port city of Anvers. So why did France why France was the main country where this investigation happened, and why not Netherlands, or why not Belgium, or other countries like Germany? Why France specifically?
SkyECC case is a huge forum shopping case. And I know Chloe likes a lot forum shopping case. So first of all, Belgium and the Netherlands, found a lot of SkyECC phone during different criminal investigation. And so through a source inside BlackBerry, which is something we don't say in the documentary, but trust me, the source comes from the tech, and in particular, BlackBerry company, so which was one of the SkyECC subcontractor. So Belgium and the Netherlands police knew that SkyECC used this data center OVH Cloud in France. And so through Europol, they asked for France to manage the interception. So the French justice, as I explained, the French justice system agreed to do so. But at that time, French justice and Belgium and the Netherlands, they only knew 100 of SkyECC SIM cards had been found in criminal case. But there were thousands and thousands users. So in order to legitimate this surveillance operation, some judge in France, in some official warrant, they wrote and black and white stated that all the customers are criminals in June 2019. Yeah, it's crazy. So why? And how is it possible on a legal point of view? It's important to understand that for the French justice system, a contradiction, a paradox was assumed. To justify the interception of all the SkyECC subscribers, it was necessary to write they are all criminals. Because if you don't write that, it's impossible to monitor all the users. But to be sure, they are criminals. Given their large number, it was a need to monitor them before. It's logical. And many, many times I asked them that question, and they just answer, that's off the record, Guillaume, but yes. So I cannot bring any other question. At the end of the day, so 170,000 subscribers have been monitored for 18 months. And to this day, less than 20%, by 20%, are subject to criminal prosecution. So to be honest, it doesn't mean that the other 80% are innocent. Because a lot of criminals use SkyCC because this is amazing tech. And they can use it without giving any information about their identity. But there are absolutely no evidence that 100% are criminals. So clearly, such wiretap operation would never been allowed in other country than France, such the Netherlands, to answer your question, US, Germany, never, impossible. And today, it's amazing because, for instance, Germany in Europe is the most important user of SkyCC data collected by the French. And it was impossible for them to do so in their own country if maybe the data center was in Germany. So how is it possible? Very simple. Because the international cooperation treaties, under these agreements, when a country provides evidence to another country, people in the court cannot ask a question about how the evidence has been collected. The evidence comes through international treaties. End of the story.
Thank you, Guillaume. We will have questions after, so keep your questions.
Can I have just 1 minute more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. Because there is a big issue about that in US, because you know, US gave the first input for this operation. You know, there is a lot of US agents inside Europol headquarters, around 30, less than 40. Last March, in a Michigan criminal court, a DEA executive testified about some SkyCC wiretaps which have been showed by the prosecutor in a low-profile criminal case. And so he explained very clearly, and now it's official, it's inside some records, court records, he explained that under the US Constitution, of course they knew that such interception is clearly forbidden. But they knew also that the result can be used thanks to the cooperation treaty with France. So now it's very official and clear.
So it's a perfect transition for Chloe about the legal framework. Does the current law prevent such procedure abuse, where partnerships with other policies in other countries to bypass its own law and to be able to intercept messages? It would be impossible in using its own legal framework. How is it possible to have that in Europe?
Yes, so unfortunately, the EU law is actually supporting those kind of forum shopping strategies. So some EU instruments have been really instrumental in the SkyCC case, in the EncroChat case as well. Legitimize those operations, but also, and most importantly, and as Guillaume was explaining, they work as a data laundering mechanisms, which means laundering data from its original, very controversial method of collection, which in some circumscription, in some jurisdictions, is impossible, as we said. So in Germany, it's prohibited to do such massive hacking operations. So by relying on EU tools and on EU instruments, it does ensures the police a higher chance of success when brought to courts. Why? Because the court historically has rather a tendency to side on the side of protecting the effectiveness of EU judicial and police cooperation, and sometimes relegating fundamental rights to the background, let's say. It was mentioned in the documentary extract that they rely on the JIT, the Joint Investigating Team. So it's an international cooperation agreement, a tool. And one of its really core characteristics is to enable the direct sharing of information, of data between the participating countries. So that's one. But they also used EIOs, European Investigation Order, for which Germany used a lot. Because they are not part of the JIT, so they cannot actually benefit from this direct sharing of data within the JIT. So they had to rely on this EIO. What's the EIO? It's basically a judicial request coming from one member state to another in order to gather or to use evidence in criminal matters. So it's one country asking another, can you help me out? I need this evidence in my criminal investigation. Could you just carry out an investigative technique for me? Or if you already have the data, can you transfer it to me? And that's what Germany did in the SkyECC and EncroChat case. And then lastly, they used Europol. Europol is the law enforcement cooperation agency, and in that case, they serve first as a communication channel. Europol servers, communication channels were used. France was like, hey, by the way, Germany, we're going to conduct this interception on your territory. Just a heads up, are you interested in the data we're going to intercept? Germany, yes, please. I'm interested. But also as a platform for receiving the data and then redistributing the data to the member state concerned. Lastly, they also helped a little bit with the analysis. So once the bulk of all the data was collected, also running some algorithm in order to find criminal patterns and so on and so forth. On the EIO, the court, the CGU, had the opportunity to rule on that matter in an EncroChat case brought by the Berlin Regional Court. That was last year. The judgment arrived last year, and obviously, I'm going to say it forward, no suspense. It was very disappointing. The CGU had really this opportunity to rule between what elements in the charter and in the data protection and privacy acquis can it use to oversee the implementation of judicial tools versus siding with the effectiveness of judicial cooperation. And this is what it chose, basically. So the Berlin court had referred question to the CGU. Can Germany, is the EIO used by Germany valid? Is it like respecting, compatible with fundamental rights? And the CGU said, mutual trust. You have to trust that France has respected all its obligations under its national and EU law, and you have to accept that the evidence transferred is valid and is compliant with fundamental rights protections. No further question asked, basically. And that's really disappointing, right? Because as a digital rights community, we know very well that the CGU has a very rich case law in privacy and data protection, stemming from the data retention cases in Europe. We have this kind of overarching principle that access to telecommunications data is a serious interference with fundamental rights, that it deserves very strong safeguards, like a really rich case law on the protection of data and privacy. And here we are faced with a case where it's even, and the Berlin, I'm not saying it, although I agree with the Berlin court, it's even worse because you had the long collection period over an extended period of time. You had the massive and indiscriminate nature of the targeting without any individualized suspicion. Everybody was caught in the same net, basically. You had very sensitive data being collected. It's not just metadata, it's content of the communications. And then you had the direct collection by law enforcement without having to go through the service provider. OVH was involved, but it's different from the kind of data retention and data collection that we have traditionally with telecom operators. And despite all of this, the CGU just chose to close their eyes and really stated in their judgment, I don't see any risk of forum shopping here. And I don't see why it's a serious interference. We have to have mutual trust. Very disappointing. The second thing is Europol, and what does Europol tell us in the case of the SkyECC affair? When EU law is an obstacle to judicial cooperation and police cooperation, let's remove that obstacle. Really important. Before 2022, Europol could not process any kind of data. Theoretically, It has a large scope in terms of data categories it can process, it can receive, it can analyze. It can process data about suspects, convicted, victims, witnesses. That's already a lot, you're going to tell me. But that is not enough when you have SkyCC and EncroChat cases, because again, it's massive. So you cannot prove that all the data that was transferred to Europol actually fall into each of those categories, right? And that was a problem. So Europol went to its data protection watchdog, the European Data Protection Supervisor, and said, I think we have a problem now. I think what we're doing is illegal. Can you confirm? And then EDPS was like, I confirm. You should stop this. And they were like, oh, damn it. It put at risk the entire SkyCC and EncroChat case or operations. What did the Commission do? Wait to the rescue. We're going to do a legislative reform in order to legalize this. And this is what they did in 2022 with the approval of the Council and the Parliament, the European Parliament. They created in Europol's mandate a derogation to Europol data protection limitations, saying in case you want to support an investigation that involves potentially mass hacking, mass interception, that's okay that you process data that you normally shouldn't be processing. That's what happened in 2022. And that's very worrying for us because it's a trend that we're going to see in the coming years. And as more and more intrusive investigative techniques arise, are being used routinely, potentially, EU law is not there to act as we would expect, as a bulwark for the protection of fundamental rights.
Thank you, Chloe. And it's let me give you the mic back, Chloe, about those legislative evolutions. So you mentioned the case of Europe in the topic of spyware. We also have some evolutions. For example, in France, this year, spyware has been legalized. It was the second attempt. The French lawmaker failed to do that last year or 2 years ago because the Constitutional Council blocked the reform. And finally, this year, they managed to legalize access, to legalize spyware access to phones in France. Rory, I think it's the same case in Austria. Can you develop that and how the legislative procedure has been conducted?
Sure. Just to mention, there are some international developments also. Colleagues who are here, who are more in the area of policy. We're about 10 people, but we do engage in these policy matters with governments. One of those is the Pall Mall process, which has been started by the UK and France, I believe. And this is trying to develop some sort of guidelines for the use of spyware and by these private operators. It also includes a lot of the industry, so to say, in terms of they are at the table. So in terms of what can be expected from that process, I think there are limitations, but I think it's a positive sign of I think that we're getting through to governments about the abuses here to target civil society. To skip to Austria, I'm not sure if there's any Austrian NGOs here like Epicenter, but the Constitutional Court in 2019 struck down the previous spyware law. And now this year another one has passed. I think it's interesting, particularly because of the limitations that they've placed on this. And maybe this is interesting in a European law context also. They have passed a law that says you can use spyware, but we're going to severely limit it. We're going to severely limit it in terms of the cases in which it can be used. It's only maybe for imminent terrorist attacks. And also to limit the scope of the spyware, so that the spyware should be limited to messaging apps and also within a specific time period of a warrant. And in this respect, I think they're very much trying to they're very much trying to apply the traditional idea of a phone tap warrant to installing spyware on a phone. Interestingly, this raises a whole auditability question. If you can hack into a device, if you can escalate to root privileges on that device, you have access to everything on the phone. So this is kind of an artificial limitation or an artificial restriction that you would place on spyware. That raises like a lot of questions about, again, auditability and also, you know, because of the privatization I mentioned earlier, you know, the ability of governments to actually audit the code that is running on a person's device seems pretty limited. One other thing just to mention, there's a lot of other limits they have placed on here, including like requirement for if there's more than 30 cases a year for notification to Parliament and so on. Just wanted to say also thank you to the Austrian section in Amnesty and Charlotte and Susanna who helped us develop a position paper on that, which we submitted to the Parliament.
Thank you, Rory. I'm giving you the mic back, Chloe, about the last thing, maybe the elephant in the room, which is chat control. A regulation a lot of you may have heard, which would require messaging apps to scan for messages, even on messaging apps. With chat control, we've seen a new narrative around this regulation, which is that encryption would not be tempered with this regulation because it's not, technically speaking, a backdoor nor a front door like Catherine Debol wants. So can we see a new narrative from the member states and law enforcement around this topic of accessing to data on devices?
Definitely. That's kind of even a priority topic for European law enforcement community that they are pushing very strongly on the agenda at EU level currently. The EncroChat and SkyCC cases, they have really helped the police justify, legitimize in the public discourse the need for encryption backdoors. And when I say encryption backdoors, that's my term, that's the digital rights community term, but what they're pushing for is a front door, or they're saying what they're using, if you hear any of those terms, it's lawful access to data or access by design, all of this stuff. But basically the idea behind is that every single device, hardware, software, doesn't matter, has to come with built-in vulnerabilities in order to enable law enforcement to access encrypted data when necessary, they say. And so the consequences of SkyCC, for example, was Catherine Debol being much more open and forward with her demand for that. She wrote back in 2021, so it was at the height of the revelations of the affair. She wrote with an attorney, a district attorney from New York, a notepad in Politico called "The Last Refuge of the Criminal, the Encrypted Smartphone." And in there she says, EncroChat and SkyCC, great success, police success stories, we're so proud of ourselves, great. But it's not enough. We want more, because SkyCC and EncroChat are relying on a factor of chance. We were lucky to find a vulnerability this time, but it's not always the case. And so justice is not carried out in all the cases, because sometimes we cannot access encrypted data on the device. And for that, then she goes on and say we need a systematic, guaranteed access all the time we want. And that's the issue we're facing now. The commission, parts of the commission, I know there are some commission people here in the room. This is not for you. This is for your colleagues. You know which one of them. They've been very keen to support that narrative, to support that agenda. And so it's a creation of a high-level group going dark, called Going Dark. I call it Going Dark. The official name is Adele. Access to data for effective law enforcement. And this group, which were composed of experts from the member states, mostly coming from law enforcement authorities, prosecution offices, and so on, they came up with 42 recommendations, and they pushed for this idea of lawful access by design, so encryption backdoors. The result of this is that they also requested that experts should be tasked to find technological solutions to enable this lawful access by design. And so this is where the stage where we are at now. The Commission has been launching a call for application for technological experts that are tasked to develop this so-called technology roadmap on encryption. And so for the next 12 years, experts are going to be selected. They are in the process and finalizing it, I think, now. And they will be tasked to map all the different technological solutions that enables access to encrypted data. Now, theoretically, in their feuille de route, in their guidelines, this should be done by respecting fundamental rights and cybersecurity. We're saying to them, good luck. But truly in the Commission, there is this magical thinking, almost ideological belief that this is possible. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to the result in 1 year.
Thank you, Chloe. Time to give you the mic if you have any question. I don't know if we have, but we can, 10 minutes, okay. How do we manage the mic? Guillermo is coming.
Thank you so much. I'll start. How come criminal networks always use these kind of garbage apps? Why is it always when a new incident like this happens, it's not the tried and true, since many, many years within computer science, known method of encrypted communication is always like SkyECC or EncroChat or some weird new thing that some private company came up with. Seems like they keep kind of failing. Because obviously, like the proper methods of encryption cannot be decrypted on the server, for example, and so on. So why is the networks resort to these other things rather than the stuff everyone who knows what's up like uses that actually works?
Yeah, another question and
So yeah, thanks for the talk. It's around like national regulation and the data transfer, because you mentioned that Germany asked the French authorities for data. So my question around this, because it seems like national regulation doesn't matter if a member state can just ask another one who has less. Hey, can you give me this data on this? So I kind of feel it maybe a race to the bottom. And how can we counter this? And are there some member states that have transparency or put limits around this? Thank you.
Did OVH said in any further statement why they didn't push back? I mean, given the fact that in such case, I think fighting back would be not too complicated and quite successful. I mean, there are enough methods if you want to.
Can you repeat your last question?
Did OVH said in any way why they didn't fought back or at least had a lawyer, you know, because in such clear case of violations, you usually have very high chances to win. Do something about it. So, I mean, it's not too complicated, especially if you have the resources for it.
Maybe a fourth question, and then our responses.
So what we've seen in Germany is also be this like lawful access or access to the used against criminals, but also increasingly against refugees, where their phones are confiscated at the border, and then something happens. Can you maybe comment on the legality of this and maybe possible things to do against it?
Thank you. Who wants to? Guillaume, on the OVH aspect?
Yes, yes. Of course, I agree with you. And because during this very long investigation, we discussed this matter with a lot of lawyers and former judges. And so this is their decision not to do anything. Of course, this is a business behavior, and but I think it's important to understand that today the management of OVH Cloud is not the same than maybe 10 years ago. This is, you know, the founder. Many people today has no power in the OVH Cloud management, and they have a special desk. You can find it on LinkedIn. There is a special desk inside OVH Cloud headquarters to provide any information for law enforcement authorities from FBI to any country in the world. And they agree with most of the requests they received, if the French court also agree. So there is absolutely no culture of asking any question when they receive such request. And just maybe a few words on the maybe more the technical aspect on the encryption and decryption. In this particular case, so the French police used a new law which came out in also 2019. This is something very so French. So this is a special law which say that justice system can use a technical solution from secret service. When they do that, all the solution is undercover, so it's forbidden for the lawyer to ask any question on the technical aspect and to check, for example, if sometimes they miss a message, which is something very important for the lawyer. You know, one guy asks you something criminal, but you answer, no, I not agree. But if your answer is missing, it's very important. So, and this new law is clearly the way they use to, in order to use a technique, we have not yet all the details on it. And of course, we think that this law means they want to protect this new technical solution to use again and again.
Yes, so that's the risk, obviously. Theoretically, in all those instruments for judicial and police cooperation, you do have some account that is taken for fundamental right protection, the respect of some of the basic kind of protection afforded by the treaties inside and so on. And the case law of the Court of Justice has evolved also as we got more and more trouble with some of the member states' judiciary. So the court started to actually reflect a little bit in concreto about this, like, are the police judges still independent? And so they started to kind of take into consideration exceptions to the principle of mutual trust and mutual recognition. But definitely, I would still think that this is the principle that takes precedence all the time. And I think it's very political from the Court of Justice, because they want to place first European integration. They want to first place the effectiveness of judicial cooperation. So definitely something to fight for and against, in particular, also with the help of lawyers, for example, we can think about it. For the sake of time, I'll take the German question. Yes, but you're then very familiar with the case that the GFF brought to the court, to the Constitutional Court in Germany, which then put a stop to this practice, which was done on a systematic basis, so taking the phone of asylum seekers in order to verify their claims during the asylum application. The court said it's disproportionate to always resort to that measure, especially when you have other kind of piece of evidence to substantiate the person's narrative and claim. Now, it doesn't mean that they prohibited entirely the practice. EDRI's position is to prohibit that practice because it's a disproportionate access to an unlimited amount of very sensitive data that your phone holds against you. And that practice is done for reason that is not really serious. Like we're not talking about high criminality. And even in that case, I think EDRI would oppose it because of the sensitiveness. I need to stop, and the CGU disagrees with me, but we can talk about it over the break.
Rory, do you have anything to add?
Just very briefly, I know we're out of time. Just on the technical aspect of like protecting against this, later versions of iOS, and also if you enable will disable the USB port. A lot of the access method for this is via USB. In terms of Android, we were seeing Linux kernel exploits via weird USB drivers. And Android is also introducing protections against this later, but unfortunately, old versions of Android will continue to be affected.
Thank you very much. Please give a warm round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you, Bastien.
Just to mention, EDRI published a position paper on spyware in June. There is the documentary from Guillaume Dasquier, and our speaker will be around if you want to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us and tuning in online for this panel on GDPR and ePrivacy at risk regulation in the EU's digital rulebook. My name is Ellen O'Regan. I'm a journalist with Politico. I cover data protection and privacy, and today I'm also moderating this timely. The EU's General Data Protection Regulation has long been hailed as a global benchmark for data protection that successfully balances fundamental rights and data flows. But now it's under increasing political pressure, caught in the crosshairs of what some call a simplification and others call a deregulation regime. Proposals to simplify the GDPR, for example, targeted amendments to provisions like Article 30.5, are gaining traction. The ePrivacy regulation, once intended to complement the GDPR and safeguard the confidentiality of communications, has been withdrawn. And looking ahead to a digital omnibus that we expect the Commission to unveil by the end of the year, the question is whether it will include any further proposed changes to the GDPR or the ePrivacy directive and what that could mean for the protection of fundamental rights. In this panel, we're going to explore what's really at stake in the reopening of the GDPR, who's driving those changes and what narratives are being used, how this fits into wider trends of regulatory capture and digital authoritarianism in the EU, and how different actors like civil society, regulators, academics, and industry can work together to resist these shifts and protect fundamental rights. So we've plenty to talk about over the next hour. Let's get straight into it, and I'm going to introduce our panelists. We have Maria Margierska, who's a senior lecturer at the University of Maastricht and the European University Institute. Her research is focused on enforcement of digital rights, in particular the GDPR. Then we have Mario Santi, is a legal and policy officer at the UK-based Open Rights Group, and his work focuses on data protection, artificial intelligence, and EU-UK regulatory divergence. We have Anjou Robach, a legal policy advisor. She advises MEP Birgit Sippel, who was lead lawmaker on the ePrivacy regulation. And last but not least, we have Jesper Lund, who's chairperson at Danish Digital Rights Association, ITPAL, and was part of EDRI's core working group on the ePrivacy regulation proposal. So let's start with GDPR, which, as I said, set a global standard for data protection. It's one of the proudest examples of the Brussels effect, and until recently, it was seen as untouchable. But in May, we saw the Commission come forward with a proposal to simplify certain record-keeping requirements under Article 30.5 for companies with less than 750 employees. I want to turn to you first, Maria, and ask you, what do you think that this proposal shows us about the EU's priorities right now and where the balance lies between protecting fundamental rights and boosting competitiveness?
Thanks so much, Ellen, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I always enjoy this conference, and I really look forward to the discussions with you because I think everyone needs some hope in this world, and I really hope it will be a takeaway from this panel. Now, to your question, I think we already see it in the way you formulated this question, where the problem lies, and it's something I think very troubling and problematic in the way we somehow came to understand that it's right to put in as opposites fundamental rights and competitiveness. I don't know how it happened that we ended up here. I think this is very dangerous in general, and I think that's the way the Commission proposed this. Like, we are going to talk also about the detail of this proposal, I think, later. So maybe just now let me just discuss how it was introduced, this whole proposal, this whole thing. We had Draghi's report and then the proposal, to put it simply. No fundamental rights assessment. If you look to the proposal, there is this section fundamental rights impact, and there is just NA, nothing. Nothing, and the Commission just states there's no impact because it's so limited. That's at least what they say. Then we have the impact assessment. Again, the Commission stated no need to do this because it's so easy and it's just so effective. They already know, no need to check whether we need this proposal at all. So again, I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, what happened to the European Union? It was always famous for these bureaucratic procedures. We always complain about how slow it is, but it's always something that, well, at least gave us some kind of certainty, perhaps, that, okay, we know there are all these procedures, the committees, the assessment, and so on. You don't? Okay. Yes, thanks so much. So I'm just wondering what happened to that. Where are all these little steps that we need to take to introduce any proposal, especially this one that is, GDPR is literally the right that regulates fundamental right to data protection. How can you say there is no impact on fundamental rights in this? It's literally in the name of the word of the law. So I'm very, very troubled by the way it's formulated, and I'm just anxious even. Like, what does it say about this? The shape of the EU in general, and like, I'm just finishing here, but I was growing up during Polish transition, the economic transition, and we were raised in this thinking that you have fundamental rights, it equals economic prosperity, and we saw it also. Like, I saw it in my own country. It's like we made it, and indeed that was truth. So I don't know where it go up. Where is it now?
So let's maybe get into the specifics of this proposal and what the concerns are and how it's been received. Maria, maybe you want to give some thoughts first, and then I'll widen it out to everyone else in the panel.
Yeah, okay, so the proposal, so I don't know if you remember, there was this discussions this year already that we need to open the GDPR. I think it was first Max Schrems and Axel Voss that started criticizing it. They had this own proposal to introduce the 3-tier GDPR. Then there was another person that also came up with some suggestions. So anyway, when Commission announced that we are opening the GDPR, I remember everyone were very hopeful. We are expecting something like the big reform. Also because, remember, we have procedural harmonization regulation, the separate law that was introduced specifically out of the fear of opening the GDPR. And the year after, it was just announced in June, and so suddenly May, it's fine to open the GDPR. And okay, so this big reform came up, and it's just the reform of Article 30.5. And more specifically, the changing of the threshold from 250 people to 750 people, workers employed in a controller's company to be absolved from doing reporting obligations. And yeah, okay, sorry, yeah. Can you hear me now? Good. So good, because it brings me to my core point. What I think how this proposal was introduced is completely misreading purpose of the very reporting obligations in all this Article 30 to 42 package in the GDPR, because it frames them as and clearly as obligation, as this burden to controllers, while in fact we have in GDPR Article 5.2 the principle of accountability. All the rights the controllers need to comply with. And Article 24 as well, the responsibility of the controller. And then when you go to Article 30 and the others, including this is more like a toolbox to achieve this accountability. So it should be more, remember, it was this innovative element of GDPR that is like goes forward to the controllers, they can use it, they now know how to comply because they follow all these instructions, and that it's so what I'm saying, like this proposal, what we have here, but in general, all these bureaucratic elements under the GDPR, they are not absolving the controllers from complying with Article 5.2 and all the others obligations, and removing them. I'm afraid this will end up like removing this some kind of instructions for them and guidance on how to comply, like how to understand compliance. So I feel this is, in this sense, I feel it's really misguided, this proposal. Not to mention the whole thing, how it was, okay. Not to mention the whole thing that there were, you are also following this discussion, 7 years of GDPR. We know what is not working. Stakeholders also, like private, public sector, everyone has ideas of what's not working. I've never heard someone complaining on Article 30.5 specifically. So it just comes with this very unexpected form, and not really sure what does it aim to achieve. Like, I really recommend you to read the EDPB opinion on that, because it shows also there is the problem of risk assessments that you still need to take when you, even when you are to assess whether you are absolved from this obligation. So it does not absolve anything from any burden whatsoever from anyone. So I'm very critical of it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to hear what the others say.
Do we have any thoughts from anyone else in our panel about this proposal?
Okay, well, so yeah, as was, I'm from a organization which is based in the United Kingdom. Some of you might be aware of the fact that we already had the simplification of the GDPR in the UK. This happened over a 4-year debate that was mostly a psychodrama, and eventually the law was approved earlier this year. And I guess, I mean, like, there are many things that could be said about that, but there is, I guess the starting point is exactly some proposals that were eventually dropped that are reminiscent of the proposal that the European Commission has made of simplifying record-keeping requirements. Many of the criticisms that were raised at the time in the United Kingdom were similar to the criticisms that we are hearing today in the EU. But I guess maybe most notably, criticisms to these proposals came from the industry themselves and from the corporate world, for the simple reason that the GDPR does introduce a requirement to demonstrate accountability. This is the demonstrate compliance. This is the accountability principle. And record-keeping requirements are, in a way, a specification of how to demonstrate this compliance. And corporates like legal certainty, they like to be told what they have to do in order to follow and comply with the rules. And their point of view was, if you take this away, well, now we have to demonstrate compliance, but we don't know exactly how to do this. We don't know whether we are, checking the box or not. And this increases the uncertainty of our operations. Together with this, there was also another argument made by industry that was a lot of corporations have already invested in compliance. They invested in creating this kind of accountability structures. And these are the law-abiding ones, right? Then you have the law-breaking ones who haven't done this. And if you take away the requirements, then you are, in a way, awarding the lawbreakers by, getting them away with this, while at the same time you are, putting the law-abiding businesses at a disadvantage. This, I guess it's a good springboard also to zoom out a bit from this particular issue and talk about the GDPR more broadly, because, I mean, like, as a takeaway from the conversation that we had in the UK, I guess, I could say that, everybody likes to criticize the GDPR. It's one of the national sports, in particular in the UK at the time, because this was a very nasty European Union regulation. And of course, after Brexit, everybody wanted to do better things. But then when it comes to providing solutions, the government in the UK did propose many changes, hundreds of them, and they were all bad, pretty much. Now that the dust has settled, everybody kind of agrees that the UK data protection reform was a bad reform. But that is to say, everybody agrees unless you are the government or you are a big tech lobbyist. And this is the next thing that kind of came out of this conversation. While civil society, and at the time the Labour parliamentarians were, fighting against this proposal to reform the GDPR, big tech lobbyists were playing a different game that was trying to capture the next Labour government to eventually retable this regulation once, so this proposal for a reform once the elections eventually happened and the new Labour government came to power. And all of a sudden, what they used to oppose when in opposition became their proposal in government. And the reason why big tech is basically was very supportive and has been very supportive of these reforms in the UK is simply because deregulating data protection rule is something that benefits them, and is something that is not beneficial for everybody else. It is something that allows them to legitimize their business practices, that allows them to collect more data, to get more entrenched into the market, and essentially to assert dominance. And of course, this is the United Kingdom, and not necessarily saying that maybe in the European Union there are similar, the reason you're talking about the same things is because maybe the same people are pushing this behind the curtains. But yes, maybe you should ask yourself, who are these proposals benefiting from? Who is benefiting from these proposals? And for the time being, I will leave it here.
For sure. I want to move on and start talking about the ePrivacy regulation, and maybe, Anya, I'll come to you first. The regulation proposal was withdrawn early this year after 8 years of negotiations. And, as someone who worked quite closely on the file, I wanted to ask you, what were the roadblocks or difficulties in getting that regulation over the line, and how can we learn from that moving forward?
Yes, thank you very much for everybody who made it to this panel and for listening one more time to ePrivacy. I actually want to start by saying something perhaps controversial. I'd say ePrivacy is the last, so to say, fort when it comes to our protection of confidentiality of communications in Europe. So if we effectively also not only withdraw the Commission proposal for the regulation, which would have significantly improved the landscape, if we also withdraw the directive, then what are we left with? Because we are, I think subsequently in the debate, we will also discuss a little bit more about tech sovereignty and everybody's autonomy here. And if we also take away the ePrivacy directive, so the last piece of secondary law, apart from the charter, which is primary law, that protects you from spyware, that protects you from commercial surveillance, that protects you from businesses exploiting your personal preferences and everything that is sensitive and dear to you, then I don't actually know why we even have debates about tech sovereignty and Cloud AI Development Act, because it goes as far as to the core of this. And as regards the reasons why ePrivacy, I don't know how many of you are veterans in this field. I see a couple of faces that have worked also quite significantly on this subject. It boils down to, first of all, the structure, how we as co-legislators work. So there is little institutional knowledge within the council. So each presidency, after taking over, has to assess whether or not the proposal has potential to score points for its presidency. And unfortunately, over time, you kind of forget why a certain thing becomes a red line in your member state. You just know, oh, ePrivacy, it's a subject that we should not touch. So unfortunately, after the Swedish presidency, so already a very long time ago, the presidencies have developed, they did no longer have appetite to work on this file. Why? Because obviously there were quite contentious subjects on the table. So how to deal with child sexual abuse? Well, we got a regulation afterwards, which is subpar, to say the very, very positive thing about it. And then we also needed to discuss how to deal with data retention. So earlier we had a panel here on law enforcement, and data retention will be something that will keep us all busy next year. So effectively, all the reasons that I'm just very broadly discussing right now that led to the fall of ePrivacy were not directly connected to cookie fatigue. I mean, tackling cookie fatigue is so easy. It's an industry invention. We just said ask for consent. And everybody who's ever looked at a cookie banner knows that neither of you know what they consented to, neither of you know what the data is, how the data is transferred, to who the data is transferred. And effectively, the biggest point of contention is enforcement. We have two authorities in Europe, two, who do their job, and this is Italy and France. That's it. The rest, don't we have cookie banners in Germany? Don't we have cookie banners in Sweden? Obviously, this is a problem of enforcement, and here I would very much invite the Commission to come up with an improvement, with making it less bureaucratic, to actually get our rights enforced, and not make businesses richer, not make business models more effective based on exploitation. And this includes also children. This includes everybody who has any kind of device, actually. So in the future, we will not only be discussing the very, very ordinary interpersonal communication services, but we will also look at messaging services. We will also need to look at our Gmails, I don't want to make product placement, on our mail services, and everything that will be interconnected, cars, fridges, washing machines, smart meters. All of this has to be tackled, but from a confidentiality point of view. So my generated data that I'm having in my fridge, in my smart meter, in my car is mine. This is supposed to be protected. And overall, yeah, as long as the Commission will look at it from a, I would say, geopolitical perspective, then I'm not actually hopeful that our rights will be the priority, but yeah, larger, unfortunately less favorable considerations.
And Jesper, maybe I'll bring you in on this topic of ePrivacy and cookies as well. I know it's something you also worked closely on. What are your thoughts on this concept of cookie fatigue and where it came from, and if we should try and tackle it somehow?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this panel, and thank you to everybody for showing up to this session. So we get these cookie banners all the time, and we probably get annoyed by them. But one thing to remember is the reason why you get to see a cookie banner is because the website wants to collect more information from your devices than is actually strictly necessary to deliver the service that you want to see. So if the cookie banners are not there because they are required by EU law, on the contrary, if you sort of read the finer details of the privacy directive, they are meant to be an exception, except, as we often see, when it comes to surveillance, the exception becomes the norm. This is not to say we cannot get rid of cookie banners entirely. I do understand that websites, even Idris' website, has an interest in audience measurement. Are people even coming to our website and seeing the content that create? These are definitely legitimate interests. You also have sort of advertising, and unfortunately advertising is surveillance-based advertising. We have never been able to really address the root core of that problem, which is banning surveillance-based advertising, and then a lot of this cookie mess would simply go away. But I think the way, so there's sort of two ways forward, I guess, for if you are also like me tired of cookie banners and would rather not see them. One would, of course, be to sort of legalize everything, what industry wants, but that would be extremely bad for fundamental rights. The other would be to sort of express consent in an automated way, which is actually foreseen by the GDPR and by the ePrivacy Directive when it was revised in 2009. So it is possible to send signals to the websites. I do not consent to tracking for behavioral advertising. I do not, or maybe I do consent to a limited audience measurement. There are ways of expressing these standardized consents through signals. The do not track specification is one of them. The problem here is that they have no legal value, so websites simply ignore them. And the way forward is to give these signals legal value, which was actually in the privacy regulation proposal from the Commission and strengthened very much by the European Parliament. Unfortunately, this is opposed for all kinds of sort of strange reasons. It's not informed consent and so forth, but I think the real reason why this is opposed is that nobody wants to be tracked for surveillance advertising purposes, so everybody would reject this. And you can sort of see this if you have an iPhone, Apple gives you an option to say no to tracking by apps, and I think 95% or very close to 100% actually refuse tracking. So nobody wants this, and if we are giving an easy way to reject it, we're going to do it. So we are not giving that option. Instead, we get dark patterns and constant annoyances. Do you want to give your consent to tracking? And if you do, you're not asked again. If you refuse, you'll get the pop-up in 2 minutes. So the worst kind of dark pattern. So I think the way forward is to make it easy to give and, in practice, refuse consent through legally binding signals.
And, you know, one suggestion that I think has been floated by industry and some EU countries is this idea of removing consent requirements for more low-risk tracking. And that's presented as simple statistics or things that don't really pose risk to someone's privacy. But I wanted to ask anyone on the panel your views on, does that actually create a risk, or, you know, what are the dangers in doing that?
So, because this is history, I can talk a little bit from behind the scenes. The requirements for, I would say, because you have to distinguish, the one data is the telco data. The telcos have everything about you, where you are, where's the last time that you were logged into the net, etc. And the other kind of data is the Google Maps, so everything very intrusively on device. And there was a desire for a level playing field, but level playing field downwards. So it was spiraling downwards. So the telcos wanted to have the same access to your personal information as all the applications that you are consenting to. And the question will be, and this is something that we wanted to actually legally define in such a fashion that that you as a person who is a vendor, as a publisher, that you will be able to actually know what you are getting. So there were ideas on the table, and I think this was one of the less problematic points. It was really the whole article, chapter 3, for those who are very much still in university and would like to historically analyze this, was actually not that difficult to solve, honestly. And if we are agreeing on what statistical data means, if we are agreeing what audience measurement means, and then I have to really explain, this is very, very different. So, for instance, there are advertising, because you have to distinguish in the edtech ecosystem, some of the advertisers, they would like to know whether or not you have clicked a link, whether or not you have concluded the purchase, whether or not you have returned the product, and whether or not you have used your warranty afterwards. So this is no longer audience measurement, right? So I think that we can agree on, at least on such a baseline, but there is a lot of disagreement about that. So yeah, of course, if you want to measure how many people visit the website, just to have a legitimate interest in how many people you're reaching with your content, sure. But this goes far, far beyond, and I think that we have to stay a bit fair and put all these interests into account. And here we see that there's quite a lot of differences in what audience measurement means.
Would anyone else like to chip in on that question, Mariano?
Yes. So. Interestingly, we did have a similar conversation that was kickstarted. It was not really about cookie consent fatigue, but it was more about, fundamentally the ICO was arguing if we lower cookie consent requirements and we allow certain kind of lower risk advertising purposes to be allowed without consent, this would favor the emergence of privacy preserving advertising solutions or something like this. And I guess, there are two things that came out of that conversation. It's still ongoing, but, the consultation has already closed, some stakeholders already intervened, and so forth. And the first one was a bit, I guess it's worth spending some time in telling how the ICO came to make these proposals. We can start from, very unrelatedly, but Open Rights Group filed a complaint against online advertising in 2018, and the ICO responded by saying, we will engage with the industry to try to solve this problem. They never did anything. When we launched a second complaint in 2021, LiveRamp, which was the company that we targeted, actually answered, well, but we are working with the ICO to make this thing privacy preserving. Later on, before the start of this conversation around cookie consent requirement, the ICO does publish a report from the regulatory sandbox where it turns out they've been working together with Meta to develop a privacy-preserving advertising technology for the attribution of advertising. By last, the data protection reform kicks in, and among the other things, there were some let's say, nominations for the executive directors to be made in the ICO. And guess who is the new executive director for regulatory innovation? The former senior counsel at Google. So yes, I'm sure that, this whole idea about reforming cookie consent requirement totally came out of the ICO heads, and, the industry had no, let's say, role in shaping this. But coming back to the proposal, so again, we are in the same situation where actually Open Rights Group organized a roundtable. We brought a number of stakeholders, including this time advertising companies and people who work in privacy-preserving advertising and contextual advertising and so forth. And generally speaking, the other pattern that we saw consistent with the GDPR reform is that they don't, these companies don't really support these proposals. From their point of view, the problem is not consent requirements. The problem is that there is a large part of the industry which is just making, full of regulations. They don't respect it. They don't comply, and they bully every other law-abiding businesses in the market because the institutions simply allow them to get away with this. And they really stress the importance of, enforcement, but also in a way the importance of regulators in shaping the practices which are allowed and which are accepted within the market. So yes, I do always find very frustrating, this whole conversation about, all these regulations which are supposed to, increase competitiveness, grow businesses, etc. But then it turns out that it's always 4 or 5 businesses that will grow from this, and it's always the people that we know about. So yes, I will leave it here.
And I want to maybe take a step back now and look at the kind of wider narratives and arguments that are being presented in favor of simplification or deregulation, whatever you want to call it. To everyone on the panel, do you think those arguments have any merit, or, if not, how do you counter those arguments?
Yeah, that's a very good question, I think, because as I said, I see this narrative coming back. Honestly, when last year Draghi published this report, I was... he has very good observations that, let's say, GDPR indeed is very fragmented, and I think you will agree with me, there are certainly elements that need to be tackled and addressed, this question of, I don't know, journalistic exemption, the children's age verification, whatever. But what struck me really in this report, I think there was one sentence, not really about GDPR, in general digital European thing, that the digital European agenda hampers innovation. And I was just so shocked, because I thought we are really moved on from that argument, that I thought there is a consensus, that there is no real proof that regulation hampers innovation, that it's really just a correlation causation question, that there are other reasons why we don't have EU big tech companies, and other questions why we even should have ones, and so on. So I was really maybe I don't know, surprised that this narrative still holds up, and also that it holds up in the context of data processing. So we have these three myths that are still there, that regulation hampers innovation, that innovation is always good, and also that data processing is always innovative. And it's definitely, like we see it now a lot with the AI systems being deployed everywhere, and just being called innovative for the sake of really not real big change, and suddenly a nuisance in the end for the users. So here I'm really, yeah, I just feel really there is this, like we are talking from the similar perspectives, I would say, and we discussed it. We have this silos of discourses in Europe, that we have another conferences, let's say, another crowd that are just discussing completely the same things, but completely from different perspectives, that when I hear it, I think it's just not compelling, let's say. So and one thing also, when following on Draghi, but also this coming back to Article 30.5 reform, is really it focuses only on private sector. It completely forgets that GDPR is applicable for everyone. So if you read it, there is this thing with like when they talk about enterprises, or are they talking about organizations, or what with public actors, what with... So it's really limited, those lenses through which the authors of this simplification, but in general this agenda, it looks through. Also because they completely overlook the actual perspectives of the individuals. And so we had already research, like we don't have actually sound research that innovation hampers, the regulation hampers innovation, but we do have proofs that consumers, they actually are more prone to choose privacy-friendly products and even invest in more. So it's like, I think it's like Deloitte study from last year that proved that. There is the YouGov study recently that shows that Europeans want this stronger stance against the big tech companies. And I just don't see at all this perspectives being involved, like not being even on the table during these discussions. Like it's completely only private sector versus the regulators, under the guise, I think, I dare to say it, like it's under the guise of protecting of small and medium enterprises, but that are not necessarily represented somehow the very big players that are just far from being this the small little European startups. So it's yeah, again, one more contribution that's not very optimistic from me here, but.
Would anyone else like to contribute on the narratives we hear around simplification and maybe how to counter them?
Can I just ask an open question? I don't know how many business representatives are right now in this room, or how many people who are who actually have a business listen to this right now. But I would just like to ask the open question: what is it actually the cost of doing business? Is it cheaper in Europe, or is it cheaper doing it in the US, where you are forced to raise your capital beyond limits? I'm talking tech companies right now, where you are forced to, from one day to another, face potentially that your workers are no longer be able to work in your environment because of visa requirements that come up like this overnight. The unpredictability of leadership in the US, is it actually that bad here? Is predictability, is legal certainty so horrible that is based on values that we have given ourselves for good reason from historical memory? So I would just like to have this open question. here in the room, I mean, I'm preaching to the converted probably. However, I think that it's worth noting that what is happening right now with TikTok is illustrating that there is also not a free market in the US. When the US government will actually have a stake in that company and that they will duplicate the algorithm, who do you think will shape the narratives in the US in the future, and in which direction will that narrative go? If the US government procures even more spyware companies or from Israel, how do you think your devices will be protected? What will you see? Who will listen in? This is something that, I mean, I'd 10 times rather live in Europe with more paperwork and more paper tigers, and I'd rather deploy 7 more lawyers than to live in such a reality.
Jesper or Mariano, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, I think sort of legal predictability is important for everybody, for individuals, for businesses. Predictability is not simply a matter about the number of articles in the GDPR. So removing parts of Article 30 paragraph 5 is not necessarily going to make things more legally predictable. And in fact, whenever you change the legislation, you sort of create at least a temporary reduction in the predictability, because some of the past interpretations, guidance from the courts may no longer be valid. So I think you can achieve legal predictability in a number of ways. So better guidance from DPAs. A lot of controllers, especially small businesses, sort of do the same thing. They run a web shop, process personal data for running a web shop, handling customer orders, maybe doing some advertising. This is a highly standardized activities. They can be given guidance on how to comply with the GDPR. So it may be more difficult if you run a big social media platform like Facebook or TikTok, but they have all the lawyers that they need for complying with the GDPR and ePrivacy, and we want to protect our fundamental rights against these services. So I think the idea that sort of simplification in itself will sort of can be achieved by simply, or you can get more predictable rules by removing some of them, is sort of ill-fated from the beginning. We should be doing sort of better enforcement. That has been mentioned previously. Better enforcement would in itself create more predictability, because if the companies that these enforcement actions are directed against really disagree, they'll go to court, and eventually we will get sort of the ultimate guidance from the Court of Justice. So I think that is the way forward, not simply starting. I think what is happening right now is that industry sees an opportunity to put it bluntly, blow random holes in the GDPR and ePrivacy. Maybe the wish dream, get rid of ePrivacy altogether. And that would be extremely harmful for fundamental rights in Europe.
And, you know, if this deregulatory momentum continues, I just want to ask, you know, what's really at stake here, and what do you see as the most serious risks for fundamental rights or democracy in Europe? And maybe Mariano, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I think taking everything into account, so not only the goal, the simplification goal, but also, just as I said, all the style in which this reform is being introduced. I am just afraid of the general rule of law condition in Europe. I saw how easy it is to dismantle it. So seeing it now in the European institutions really makes me worried. Mariano, you were mentioning the DPA question, like appointment. We see it also in Europe, all these revolving doors. So I'm very also worried about the question of the independence of the DPAs. Here, like in the member states, also in the EU institutions level. And taking it all together, it really is troubling, because who is eventually benefiting from it? It's certainly not the EU. It's like the other sides, other actors that are profiting from the Europe being not free. And we are currently, I think, the most free people in the world. And that's the incentive from European Union in general, and so just this will be something that we will lose eventually if we will proceed in this and lose this, something that was so distinctive about the European Union a bit. And here just to mention also that the call, if not this argument is convincing, then it's also the question of the Brussels effect, that there was GDPR was this golden standard. There are so many countries in the world that are just mimicking GDPR, and so yes, suddenly we are losing it. We are showing to the world that we are actually not that serious with this GDPR. We are ready to open it. We are now promoting more innovation. It's confusing. It undermines the very fundamentals of democracy, the legal certainty, but just the core values that we have here, I think. So.
And maybe, Mariano, you have some insights from kind of UK divergence already with EU rules.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, the United Kingdom is a bit, you know, is an Anglo-Saxon country in Europe. And, you know, like we used to have a constitutional crisis before the Americans made it cool to be in a constitutional crisis. And, you know, like I mean, the pattern that we've seen is, I mean, like in a way, you know, today we talked a lot, I mean, I did talk a lot about, you know, like how big tech was working toward making certain things happening at the regulatory level. The other side of the medal is, you know, like all these regulations actually did have a very profound impact on the rule of law, on the integrity of institutions in Britain. There is a lot of delegated legislative powers that basically allow the government to bypass parliament whenever they want. The ICO has been, you know, fundamentally turned into a pariah. Now they work as a PR agency and a proxy for large technology companies' interests, and they don't basically enforce the law any longer. You know, if you move to the United States, now I guess the United States are a bit more, you know, like explicit at this stage, but, you know, like the first thing that people did there was to, for instance, when the Supreme Court, you know, like annulled the right to have an abortion, guess what? Technology companies started to sell location data, women who were having abortion, to law enforcement agencies. When you know, the Trump administration took over and they started this authoritarian takeover of the government, the first thing that they did was they grabbed the data that the government was holding. They started to strip, you know, the Department of Government efficiencies and stuff. And this goes a bit into, you know, like what is the data protection in Europe? You know, like data protection was this idea of constitutionalizing you know, the persona and its rights in the digital space, in the digital era. Those companies don't share these values. You know, those companies are here basically to pillage and to burn. They're here to sell you to law enforcement. They're here to, you know, allow gambling companies to target problem gamblers. They're here to, I mean, like, historically we know that would have they sold Jewish people to the Nazi party? Yes, they did, because IBM did allow, you know, like the Nazi party to sift, let's say, the, you know, like census data, and to basically know where these people were living and how to bring them, you know, like to the authorities. And, you know, like they're just gonna do this unless you allow them, you know, unless you stop them, you know, like it's I mean, I guess this is, you know, like the one message that, you know, we bring from, you know, Anglo-Saxon countries. It's like, this is not like a normal politics any longer. I was in the Transatlantic Consumer Dialogue recently here in Brussels, and, you know, like the Americans were saying the same things to the Commission. Like, you can't think that, you know, the Trump administration is a normal administration and you can just appease them and everything is gonna be fine. This is not the thing. I mean, like, these people are not here to talk to you. They're not here to comply with your rules. These people are here to pillage, to burn, and to do what they want. And they will do this unless you stop them.
Anya or Jesper?
No, absolutely. I would fully echo. And on top of that, I would just invite everybody who's recently been online. Would you like to see more hate? Would you like to see more division among people? I think that this is the outcome ultimately, if we leave it up to the platforms to curate our feeds, and if there's no longer any control over what you're seeing, but this can be shaped by the stronger party in all of this, and this is unfortunately corporate and no longer government-led. And where do actually fundamental rights come from? It was always a protection from state intervention. But now we have to really figure out whether or not something like social media, whether or not the public discourse reaches a level of public interest, and how we can protect this. Because we see that there is more and more intrusion into our lives by corporations that are led by shareholder interests, that are led by market values, KPIs, all these terms that we should really not be bothered with when it comes to fundamental rights. Unfortunately, this is exactly the opposite. So overall, I think that unless we intervene, and I think that really the Commission has to get a grip. In the earlier panel, it was mentioned that there are some Commission colleagues here in the room. please don't sell out Europeans. It's impossible to look at it and negotiate trade deals on the back of fundamental rights. And one more time, I would like to emphasize that confidentiality is really, really a necessity. It's not a luxury. It's not something that we can sell out. Absolutely not.
Jesper, would you like to comment?
Yeah, yeah, I can only agree with everything that has been said, and I also want to, my last remarks, comment a bit on the whole concept of low-risk advertising or advertising cookies that are somehow low risk. I really don't know what that is, because I have studied what is going on with the typical online advertising. When you load a website, it takes a while. It takes a while because there's something called real-time bidding going on, which means that cookies are being placed, your device is being fingerprinted in order to identify you, and that information is then being spread to maybe 1,000 controllers based on your consent, although consent is supposed to be specific. So did you consent to 1,000 individual controllers with that single click? They may combine that information with additional information they hold on you. Often if it's a smartphone, there's an advertising ID on the smartphone that can be broadcasted from apps to this ecosystem to build persistent profiles of you. All of that is going on for the purpose of showing ads, and sometimes for the purpose of data brokers harvesting information, building real profiles, not temporary ones for advertising, real profiles that persist in databases, are sold to commercial entities, to law enforcement, to intelligence services, immigration authorities, and so forth. How can that possibly be low risk in any meaningful way? And the privacy-preserving advertising is really something that remains to be seen. And before we have seen it, we can't possibly start sort of basing future regulation on that concept.
I've gotten the 10-minute signal, so and I know I want to save some time for questions, so maybe we'll move to do that now. Ella will be our lovely walking microphone if anyone has any questions. This lady in the green blazer, I think, was first with her.
Yes, hi. My name is Fabiana, and I am from the cryptography unit at the European Commission. And yes, I want to assure you that I fight every day validity, authentication, and integrity of data and communications. It is a very difficult fight. It is not understood, neither shared by everybody. We tag the different tasks that cryptography has to do, not only encryption, but indeed also privacy-enhancing technologies, for example. And these both for current cryptography, post-quantum cryptography, and also what is called quantum key. I'm very happy to be here, and yeah, thank you very much for making this wake-up call. In case there are any other colleagues here from the Commission, please listen, because it is a very difficult battle for just one directorate in Connect. Thank you.
Can I just react to this?
Yes, of course. Anya, would you like to react?
So thank you very much for this intervention. And I just would like to raise that we don't even high performance computing or cryptography if there is no longer any right to the confidentiality of communication. So if there is no we don't need cryptography anymore. So it's basically a pointless exercise. So all the HPCs that we are developing in the future, this will no longer be interesting to law enforcement because it's free to grab anyway. So just to give you also some food for thought here.
Ella, have you someone? Oh.
All data centers, and I am assuring that all data centers and the AI gigafactories, a lab in Europe that will manage both research data, but in general, all your data are protected by advanced post-quantum cryptography with no backdoors. Tech that wants to sell your data, but some of the initiatives are also from cybersecurity agencies, so we need to be really careful. So yes, I am also dealing with all data centers and the HPC clusters.
Okay,
Fear not, we postponed lunch by 5 minutes, so you're not missing
Any
out.
other questions?
Yeah, we had one over here.
Thank you. I know we all know why we want to resist regulation, but one should acknowledge that it is a powerful narrative that EU will decrease burden. I wonder what's your one-line narrative that we should pursue as a movement, if there is one, that is not just human rights, should not be compromised, but something that might appeal to EPP and Virkunen. Is there anything we can say which will not just sound we are detached from the reality of their politics? What can we say against the regulation, which is not just, arguments?
Maria?
Thanks so much, Katarzyna. I was actually thinking a lot about that and discussing it a lot with my colleagues. In general, in my life at University of Maastricht, I teach students that are practitioners mostly, so coming from private sector. And what I think now is the most useful line that we can use is to speak with their own language, in economic terms. So as I said, privacy, we have research to support this, that privacy is actually competitive. There are consumers that are ready to pay more for the software and hardware that is more privacy enhanced rather than just to have the free access to the services in terms of in exchange of data. And we also have data that EU, in the consumers in general, they want to have the stronger approach towards big tech companies. So we see it already. We see also that also regulation can promote innovation, but the innovation that is just targeting this fundamental rights approach. So I think we just need to talk in their terms in general and just promote it as an economic incentive. It is good to invest in the EU because we are a democracy and we are free. We can ensure the rule of law and, well, the good environment to develop the markets. So while having in the background as well and always the human rights approach. But that's kind of my idea as one here. So.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, from my point of view, I guess what we get from my experience in the United Kingdom is simply that business representation at the moment. Most of the industry groups that are trying to represent industry interests end up being captured and somewhat twisted by the large technology companies or by the biggest players, even if they're maybe supposed to represent small businesses or startups. I mean, here I'm talking specifically about the UK and don't know about the situation in the EU. But I would say this, I would say there is probably, just value in talking to them. A lot of times if you start talking to a business, you will find out that they actually don't really oppose regulation. Usually they have other problems related with financing, with how, they can, find funding for whatever they're doing. And and together with this, of course, the fact that a lot of the proposals that we're talking about, essentially do reduce requirements and burden from a regulatory standpoint, but for the law-breaking businesses, not for the law-abiding one. And this is also something that has to be said. There are people who are complying with the GDPR, and they're not seeing the benefit of complying with the GDPR because the institutions are not really doing their job. And this is something that it's actually very important for businesses.
Yeah, briefly, I think there is also a security dimension. There has been a prime minister of a European member state that was accompanied by his bodyguard, whose fitness app was used to track down the prime minister's pathway. So this is the first layer. Second layer, I think that, as I illustrated in the beginning, it's about tech sovereignty. So if we give in to the big platforms, if our data is free to grab, then we are no longer playing in the global arena. This is just something that we also have to explain to EPP, that there is no such thing as competitiveness against all odds, but also protecting ourselves against this kind of exploitation. And the third layer is as well that you've mentioned it. We have to also carefully recalibrate whether or not we live actually in a rule of law, and this includes as well that we have to give regulators the necessary means. So something here that the conservatives also have to understand, that giving authorities and regulators necessary staff and resources will actually help businesses, because then they will know, okay, I can ask a question. I'm not sure, should I do it this way or that way? At the moment, they cannot even seek help. It goes even as far as the Austrian DPA being currently under investigation, whether or not there is a breach of GDPR, because there is also an article in GDPR to have the necessary funding and resources. So it's horrible that we have authorities in Europe that do not even have enough resources to do their basic job.
I think that's all great food for thought. And speaking of food, I know we're keeping you all from your lunch. So I think that's it for our panel. I want to say thank you to our panelists and for the privacy camp. And thank you very much.
Just a quick logistical announcement. There are 2 buffets, so you can go out of that door or that door and head straight to your lunch. So please them to ease things out.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. All right. So we will start. Thank you so much for being here in this panel. We've had a great morning, great conversation. So hopefully everyone is still interested to hear what we have to say, and we promise we'll make it as interesting as possible. Introducing our panelists. So we have two panelists and two moderators. I am Ines Bingirat. I am the co-moderator. I'm a researcher in here in Brussels. I work on the technical side of privacy. I know there is quite a few lawyers here. And we have Alina, our first panelist here with us today on site. And we have another panelist who will be joining online. And my Miles Delphin, and my co-moderator who's also going to be joining us online from India. So Alina Smith works on issues at the intersection of technology and immigration here in Europe. She's currently a researcher at Equinox Initiative for Racial Justice, and she mostly work on the Tech Infrastructure Coalition. This is very briefly, but she will tell us more about her work in a second. And Miles Delphin, who's the founder of Bike Scout Project in the Philippines. It's a community-based, social-led platform, and who basically like the first responder when there are disasters to reach out to communities, especially in areas that there is a lack of infrastructure. Among a lot of awards that they received, I'll congratulate them on being nominated for the Earthshot Prize. So what is this panel? We kind of started from the center of this idea that we need resilient or resistance technology that kind of oppose what we have today. I think it's no surprise to everyone here in the panel that we have a lot of repressive technologies that are being shaped around the idea of control, and we kind of wanted to highlight what does it mean to have resilient and resistance technology. So really we have kind of like two main points in this panel. First, we would like to discuss the impact of infrastructure that lead to surveillance and control on migrant and racialized people. And then we wanted to raise awareness about the different initiatives out there that do exist and that are resistant to this type of technologies, and that they imagine kind of like new socio-technical systems in this idea that they are built around societies of care and solidarity and self-determination. But without further ado, I will give the mic first to our first panelist, Alina Smith, who kind of will start by highlighting what is the impact of these technologies, the repressive technologies on the migrant communities, and where do you see like the role of the states and corporation in that?
Thank you very much, Ines, and thanks everyone. Great to see you all. Yeah, so I maybe will just say a brief word about Equinox and also the coalition related to that Equinox is involved with, that Ines mentioned a moment ago. So Equinox is a European organization, a queer, feminist, anti-racist organization that really is working against systems of oppression, repression, criminalization, and working towards systems of care and solidarity. And within Equinox, I'm working on a project with others in the team and with a partner organization, TTPI, the Institute for Tech in the Public Interest. Colleagues are here as well. The Tech Infrastructure Coalition. And we're really interested in the ways in which digitalization and really the political economy of tech infrastructures are changing our world and our society, including in relation to rising securitization and militarism. So yeah, what I'm going to speak about, as we heard, is how these things play out. How do we understand, essentially, the interests and the needs that is the kinds of tech that are dominant in the migration context and the ways in which they're used. And just to cut to the chase, what we see, the interests that are driving the kinds of tech we see in the migration context in Europe are interests that essentially benefit from a highly repressive, ethno-nationalistic, view, vision, and understanding of human mobility. And so it's not then surprising that we see the tools of that approach then applied in the context of migration. So when I say that there's a highly securitized approach to migration, I mean that by and large we see a dominance of an approach focused on deterring people, so trying to stop them from coming. And that often means, very often means, actually an extension of the EU's borders into other countries and an outsourcing of immigration control to other countries. And it means that essentially the centerpiece of the EU migration system is actually deportation. And so it's not only metaphorical, I would say, that we know we're speaking of migration in security terms, but actually the EU's own security strategy, which it euphemistically calls Protect EU, includes border security and other priorities related to migration, and specifically references, for example, things like some of it maybe some of you are working on, the EU's ID, the EU ID system, to actually, how can we use that to contribute to immigration enforcement? They want to increase the use of automated license plate readers in our communities. So this is not only at borders. They want to consider how we can actually work more with transport companies, you know, companies that run trains and planes and buses, to actually have them be more involved in immigration control. They want to triple the number of Frontex agents and equip them with advanced tech for surveillance and situational awareness. So this is the framework we're speaking of, where we see technology deeply oriented around repression, essentially. And so we have drones that are operated in collaboration with Libyan coast guards, including drones manufactured by an Israeli company. We have even migration procedures that use software that is essentially intended to, I mean, it's part of a broader system of suspicion. We have opaque risk analyses and indicators used in visa applications and applications for authorization to come to Europe. We have the use of AI tools in asylum processes to evaluate whether people's dialect matches the place they say they come from. And we have the use of handheld mobile devices by law enforcement in a growing number of countries. So basically we see the tying together in very visible ways of the kind of repression we already know exists in our communities by law enforcement that is coming together with immigration-related priorities supported by tech. So I think, and very, very briefly in terms of the interests that are not only of so-called state national security, but also the economic interests behind this are very significant. And I just wanted to mention briefly an event, for example, that took place earlier this month in Finland, whose title was European Innovation on Border Surveillance. And from their website, reflecting EU goals that combine security, innovation, resilience, technology, sovereignty, and sustainability. So terms that echo a lot of the language we hear in the context of tech and questions around competition, innovation, boosting our economy, and tech sovereignty. So we see that agenda, an economic or industrial agenda, coming together with a border industrial complex agenda. And also we see the role of universities and think tanks and even international organizations and non-governmental organizations that receive funding that makes them part of this broader infrastructure. So yeah, I mean, maybe just to wrap up, this kind of reflection is, I think, very, very far from considering the needs and the interests of the communities most affected. What we see in the migration context is actually a fundamental dehumanization of those individuals and communities in the interests or in a framework of security and of criminalization that sees them fundamentally as threats and targets. So I think it's very interesting then to have a reflection about, or to have an imagine and to hear examples of how technology could look differently if, you know, if it were designed by and in the interests of, in the service of liberation, in the service of solidarity and in the service of supporting these individuals and communities rather than repressing them.
Thank you
Hi,
so much,
everyone. I hope I'm audible. I'm really sorry for interrupting. Sorry for jumping in. I just wanted to the sentiments that you expressed. I think a lot of the language and just vocabulary you used around just how technology is built in the migration ecosystem really weaponize and use numbers to be able to just like create a spectacle of numbers. And I think what that creates is like systems that are very, very far removed from what really on-ground needs and aspirations are. And yeah, so I just wanted to like really echo and just concur with the statements that you made. And thank you so much for agreeing to be a part of the panel. My name is Nandini. I'm from APTI Institute. We're an organization that works at the intersection of tech and society. And we've also been researching this concept of just like community-oriented tech in the migration space. So yeah, so I just wanted to continue the conversation and also bring Miles in and speak a little bit more about what Alina touched upon, is this emergence of recalibration of a narrative that focuses on resilience building and resistance through community participation, which is something both APTI and Ines paper and research focuses on. And what we want to understand is just what is the role and emergence of community participation technology, and what differentiates this layer, which is built to resist and to create resilience from the migration and surveillance technologies are really built. And we can start off with Miles, and then we'd love to hear more of your as well. But yeah, Miles, over to you.
Everyone, I apologize for if you're hearing a lot. I'm actually joining you from outside. Good evening from the Philippines, by the way. So we just have had a couple of storms, and we're in the middle of this disaster response deployment. So a little bit about Bike Scouts. We started in 2013 on the day that category made landfall here in the country, in the Philippines. Back then, I saw how people were getting sort of like the support that they needed, all of the basic things that they needed, especially the ones who were moved to evacuation camps. But I realized that nobody was getting actually access to essential supplies, especially the ones who were stranded in isolated areas that were sort of like road access, for example, was destroyed by the very powerful storm. And so because I was much younger, I thought that maybe if we can use bicycles to sort of like serve as volunteer bicycle messengers, we could make a difference, and that's exactly what we did. But within minutes on the ground, we realized that there was so much more. And so we really expanded the work that we were doing from just basically delivering messages for people who wanted to find their families to basically everything else that was sort of like had the gap, especially information. We realized that if we could provide, for example, information stranded, what kind of specific things they needed, we would be able to help make sort of like the response for people who were in evacuations. We could help make the response more efficient. And then 12 years on, we've actually been able to build our own technology for the work that we do with zero funding. Basically just using the Filipino culture for people in our communities, solving local problems by working together and expecting nothing in return. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Miles. And Bike Scouts is doing some really interesting work in this space, which we will get into in the course of this panel. But I also wanted to just bring Alina in and hear her thoughts on just some of the things you spoke about technology and what that alternative approach could look like.
Thank you, Nandini. So I think what I can say is that I am less familiar than Miles with examples of kind of initiatives in the context of communities that kind of are from the ground up and grassroots built or designed. for resistance and resilience. But what I can say is that, for example, in the context of Equinox, Equinox together with two organizations, the International Women's Space in Berlin and the Greek Forum for Migrants in Athens, launched a year ago a migrant justice community of practice. And the intention there was really to provide a space and an opportunity for initiatives, collectives led by the people most directly affected by the sharp end of European migration policy, and to people who themselves have had direct experience of the harshest aspects of that policy and who are leading their own initiatives and movements that come together to strategize and to share and to build a collective movement that goes across even geographical boundaries. And that collective or that community of practice met together for the first time in person a couple of weeks ago. And I think that was a very rich and powerful moment. And it was really a moment of people imagining together and talking together about what the needs are, what the opportunities are. And there was within that space a conversation on tech. There was a conversation, for example, on the EU's new deportation regulation, which essentially foresees a broad expansion and making far worse the existing framework on deportations. It includes elements on technology, and we had a conversation about what the implications of that are and how we could respond. And there was a lot of interest from grassroots movements around that. So that is a work in progress. And it may well be that there are ways in which technology itself serves a role in supporting those movements and those communities in doing that work and that resistance. But I think it's important that those conversations were happening within a broader frame of resistance of the overall migration context and overall repressive structure. So it was in the service of that broader kind of, that broader conversation and piece of work. Maybe one more thing, that I think it's interesting, we see huge asymmetries. That's part of also what we're talking about in terms of who drives the type of technology made and who is subject to it, and who can kind of surveil and monitor, and who can't. And often communities, individuals are not in a position to like they're cut out from spaces that would allow them to monitor the actions of the state and of authorities. Their phones are taken away, et cetera, et cetera. So also, how can we think about technology's use in essentially accountability mechanisms, that there can be opportunities to bring to bear technology to shed light on those asymmetries and the realities actually of the impact of state repression. Our forensic architecture does this also using, for example, satellite images to reconstruct, for example, tragedies at sea, to show actually the role of the authorities directly in those actions, whereas otherwise it's very hard to know the truth of what happens because it's deliberately the case that we are left in the dark.
Yeah, that completely agree with that. And I think one of the points that you brought out was really valuable in terms of just reflecting community need, the just journey of like designing tech, right? And a lot of it, the intent behind it is so far removed from communities. And I think here is where like the role of just like trust, familiarity play a very important role, and also just like communities have different apprehensions and different beliefs around how tech is perceived. So yeah, completely agree with that. I think one of the like I just wanted to pull a thread from something both of you sort of spoke about, is that there are these instantiations that you brought out in what the role of technology can look like in humanitarian and crises situations and landscapes. So if you could speak to us about just what some of these instantiations have looked like in your experience. Also, just how you see how you've seen the some characteristics or some design traits in these that you see reflective of community needs. Maybe we can start with hear from Alina.
Thank you, Nadine. In the context of the bike scouts, we're a little bit more underground. We're operational, and so a lot of the technology that we work with, based on our experience over the past 12 years, of what people actually need. In the context of the Philippines, again, disasters. So every year we have at least 20 severe typhoons with several Category 5s. And in between that, we have volcanic eruptions, we have land flooding. And so we see a lot of people moving from one place to another to avoid the disasters that happen in the area. And in a lot of cases, people move permanently away from their home. Because, for example, in 2020, Salle volcano erupted, and we were on the ground, and there was a lot of technology that was deployed, mostly data collection platforms. For some reason, here in the Philippines, the idea is that if a lot of people sort of build these platforms to collect data, that it will help solve the problem of addressing the needs of people that are evacuating, moving from one place to another to avoid the ashfall, to avoid all of the things that happen during a disaster, and especially the volcanic eruption. But what happened was actually it resulted in confusion, because a lot of these platforms that were built with good intentions. We're aggregating data coming from social media, aggregating data from other sources online. But none of these data was actually verified. On the other hand, Bike Scouts, because we started 12 years ago with zero technology, and our approach is really people-based, community-based. So we developed sort of our approach just with people, just with human beings helping each other. So, all 12 years before the first line of code was written for our own mobile app, for our own, we're building a sensor network. We've built our own mesh network also, so that to provide resilient mobility, resilient connectivity. Because here in the Philippines, when a disaster happens, the first things to fail are basically communications and energy infrastructure. Sometimes within 30 minutes, all of it is gone. And so all of the early warning systems, all of the other technology that are meant to sort of serve the needs in the aftermath of these disasters, so even during disasters, they fail very quickly. So we tried to look for alternatives, but over the past 12 years, we've realized that there was nothing that we could get that Filipino communities could actually afford. Because the problem is that a lot of technology exists, but always come with sort of a subscription package that nobody can actually afford in the Philippines. And so we decided that the best approach was to build our own technology so that we can sort of give the technology to the people and places where it's actually needed. And one of the biggest things that, as I mentioned, is that tracking sort of the needs and the location of people as they move around during a disaster area, during a disaster event. Because here in the Philippines, we don't really have access to that. And that's really one of the main problems of technology right now. Technology is mostly limited to the people at the top. So this is the decision makers in government, the people in technology companies who build technology, but a lot of them don't actually sort of connect with people directly. And I really believe from experience, build technology, and this is my fervent wish as well, coming from my experience responding, being on the ground during disaster events here in the Philippines, is that every technology that we build with good intentions, but I would really wish that it's designed with people at its core, at its heart, because ultimately it's actually, it's doing the things that it's supposed to do, but it's not really achieving the things that people need it to, so that it can solve the problems that they experience during disaster events. And disaster events, again, from our experience on the ground, disaster events are a human experience. It's not an administrative problem. It's not a technology. It's not even, in fact, our approach to technology is that technology should be invisible so that people don't have to think about it. They don't really have to participate in a lot of the sort of like the technology. Complexity should just exist, and it should provide the things like, for example, information in human language. This is very critical that prevents, because if we send, and we see this a lot in the Philippines, people who are running away from volcanic eruption, they get a lot of like technical information. None of it actually makes sense to them. So yes, basically what I wanted to say works. Technology is absolutely useful, but I really do wish that it could be better designed by having people from the very be with people from the very beginning. I hope it's useful.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. And I think some of the things that you touched upon, I just wanted to like also get Alina's thoughts on that, is that when we're talking about like systems that are built built to be reflective of community needs, that also involves a certain level of like making room for intersectionality across development. Intersectionality in the sense of like age, gender, class, as well as geographies, and so many other factors, right? Also, just adding on to the question that we're talking about right now, I would love for you to also just share some of your thoughts on it in designing tech for migration.
I think, when we're speaking about tech and migration, or actually tech in any context that really is profoundly like a social context, even I think it's really critical to take as your starting point the broader kind of analysis, if you will, right? So in the context of migration, and in some other settings as well, we're speaking of a context of oppression, right? And of of responses to human mobility that are really framed, racialized, that are highly connected to questions around a person's actual or perceived level of poverty, and so on and so forth. So there are dimensions of this that broader context has to be the starting point, actually, right? So of the understanding. So we don't start with the tech. We start with understanding that that's our frame of reference. And yeah, so we're speaking of a phenomenon that has these various dimensions, economic, racialized, and so on. And so, yeah, I think so. So I think that's very important. And I think it's really good to hear from Miles, and to be reminded, that the work of his organization started not with tech, and know how do we apply tech in this context, but what is the need? What is the need of the people? And that's where that started, right? And it turns out that tech could fill that need. And I think what we see is that human mobility, migration, is not primarily in the response of Europe seen as a human phenomenon in that sense. It's seen as some type of thing to stop. It is seen as a again, dehumanization is very much a deep element of the entire approach. So that's precisely the opposite of seeing the humanity within human mobility. And I think that's why we see then, actually approaches to migration actually mirror approaches to crises and disasters, as if we weren't speaking of people. And we see the use of, for example, forecasting systems and data analytics to try to anticipate where we might see movements of people, but not because we're interested in helping and supporting and responding in that sense as humans, but because then we want to mobilize to deter. Or to intercept, et cetera, et cetera. So, but of course, I think what's important is there can also be a sense of inevitability when something becomes normalized, including these types of technologies, these kinds of repression, the mindset that this is the way we need to address these kinds of questions. But it's indeed about recentering the human, recentering the person, and recentering what the need is in that context. And then where we might then see an opportunity that technology could be in the service of that. So yeah, I think that's a long way from where we are now. But again, it starts with a reimagination of the very question we're discussing and we're describing, and before we then move to what tools then could be in the service of communities, and that it would come from them. It would come from them.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was both to Miles and Alina. I think a lot of the things that both of you echoed was just around how conversations shouldn't necessarily start with the tech, but with the community first approach. And I think because a lot of times choice can be really tough to categorize when we're looking at how migrant communities or affected communities in landscapes negotiate with in terms of decision making with tech, right? So yeah, thank you both of you for that. I think one of my last questions with understand I think the way forward and how we sort of use this reimagination when we're looking ahead at building tech in this landscape is just what are some pathways that digital technologies and systems can be built to sustain crises and to sustain sustainability in situations where crisis response is required. And a lot of these systems are usually built reactively, is what we've observed in our research as well, and resilience. But I think just questions around what that long-term sustainability could look like. I guess I think just opportunities to explore that. But yeah, we can. We'd love to hear from you first, Miles, and then we can move to Alina.
Well, I actually have a lot to share about the topic, but I'm going to share two specific things based on our experience here in the Philippines. And I'm really sticking with sort of like the data component of technology because that's one of the biggest things that we experience during disasters here in the country. And the first thing that I wanted to share with you, and I hope this is going to be useful for all the work that you guys are doing, is that a lot of times technology reduces the human experience of disasters into numbers, and that's not necessarily a bad thing because that's what data is supposed to do. But one thing that it turns into something that's not really useful for people. For example, a lot of organizations collect data about people that are impacted by disasters because they want to count hungry people, for example, or people who need tents. But these, without local context, without considering the human experience of disasters, it's easy to assume that this is all that's required, that this is the most important thing, but a lot of times it's not. From our experience, people are getting boxes and boxes of the same things, like relief goods and everything, and everyone's really, really thankful for that. But a lot of times, there are critical things that are being neglected. For example, people forget that people who live in villages, for example, people who live in communities, especially the ones that are a little bit isolated, they do have medical needs. For example, heart problem, maybe someone needs insulin, or even just pain reliever for a toothache. And this is never part of the plan because a lot of the technology is not really designed for that. It's really just to count people where existing systems for perceived relief from disaster can be sort of like a tool for distribution. But I feel that technology can be better applied if from the very beginning, it can be built around starting with the human experience instead of just an administrative solution. Instead of in a comfortable office very far away and trying to imagine solutions, which I know are always clever and brilliant, necessarily address local needs if there is no local context. So I believe that technology requires local context for it to be fully useful. The second thing is that, and Alina touched on this earlier when she mentioned, so I'm not sure if, of course, in different parts of the world, oppression can be defined in different ways. But here in the Philippines, there's sort of like an unspoken form of oppression that happens whenever a disaster happens. I'll give you an aftermath of Typhoon Yolanda, again, in 2013. People were moved around because the government declared no-build zones. So these are areas that are supposed to be at risk from storm surge waves, which was a big thing during the typhoon. And so it made sense. But the problem was that around different municipalities, not because of their safety, not really, we feel, talking to people from these communities. They were moved around because they were seen as voters. I don't know if this happens in Europe, but here in the Philippines, it happens a lot. Mayors and even governors, they would move people into like the worst locations. Some of the relocation sites, for example, they did build houses in partnership with NGOs for people who were relocated from the danger areas, from storm surge waves. But these relocation villages, they had no real access to public transport, kind of sort of like means of making a living that people know. Like, for example, a lot were fishermen, and they were moved very far inland, and hence they lacked the skills, and there was no support for that. So there's no data for this about the impact of so that you can check it on a checkbox on some platform. The problem is that it can be a form of oppression. It can be used as a form of invisible oppression, in fact, because people are then moved just so that they can be voters for politicians. And the problem with this approach is that once people are migrated or moved to relocation sites, they are essentially trapped there. It's going to be difficult for them to find a way to move out of that, because then they're sort of like separated from their means of solving their own problems. They're separated from their means of finding ways to help themselves. They're now completely dependent on local politicians. So of course we'll try to, keep them there for as long as possible, or at least until the next election. And that's not really good for anyone if you've seen the impact on the ground, especially here in the Philippines. So I hope that that's useful.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think before moving on to Alina, I just wanted to add on just considerations around also just the kind of visibility that some kind of systems receive over the others. And I think there's also quite a bit of conversation around just how access to funding channels can be a very big factor when we're talking about creating resilience in technology that then subsequently builds resilience for communities, right? So I think just would love to hear more on that as well. But yeah, over to you, Alina.
Alina, maybe I can add a sub question to this, since we're talking about maybe imagining how can we build tech and what are the incentives, because you did mention earlier that there is a lot of economic benefit into doing the surveillance and control on migration, and we've seen Palantir, for example, one of the big companies that they are doing that. So maybe before you talk about how can we approach, can you tell us about the current economic benefit of these corporations that they are exercising on control surveillance on migrant population?
Yeah, thanks for that. Indeed, I think it is really important that we understand that the shape of migration control right now does have an ideological basis, for sure. In terms of a certain vision of the nation state and so on and so forth, but there's also an enormously important economic foundation to that as well. There's enormous, as I was mentioning briefly before, economic interest in that, and I think it's just very telling. We haven't always thought about mobility in these terms, and there's definitely been a way in which it has served the interest for some sectors of the private sector to frame migration in security terms, to essentially frame migration in terms that make it such that the tools they provide are the tools that we then need to address this phenomenon. And there is research that shows that it's not only about procurement, it's not only that Frontex has, industry days where they invite Palantir and others to show them all their new gadgets. It's also about who has access to the corridors of power, who is seen as an expert in this space. And in the last number of years, increasingly the experts are not those working on questions of migration from a civil society point of view, those who are directly affected by these policies, those who are directly, engaged in these struggles. It's companies, it's security companies, it's those who are specialized in the tools of repression, because the case has been made and they've been among those with access to power to make that case very effectively, that this is this type of problem that needs their type of solution. So I think that's a really important part of this. Also, when we think about resistance, when we think about the intersections of our different struggles, that tech companies have a huge stake in this. I think we all understand that well. Also, so it's not only pure security companies, also, companies involved in space, companies involved, so big tech as well. And as I was mentioning before, when you look at the Horizon projects, an awful lot of academic institutes are among those that get funding for projects developing these technologies or piloting them, et cetera, et cetera. In international organizations like IOM, non-governmental organizations like ICMPD get enormous funding to contribute in various ways to this entire system. And I think as we talk about a context where many of us are increasingly squeezed for accessing funds, there's more and there's still funding available for these types of initiatives, for these securitized approaches, or for approaches that really want us to not look at the deep questions, but want us to look at how we tweak the tech to maybe make it better, but not question the tech, not question the assumptions behind it. Because how do we talk about, let's not question AI and its role in all of this, but let's look for the good AI and apply it. So I think there is still funding available to do those sorts of things that arguably are not taking us in a direction of really challenging the underlying structures. So yeah, there's an economic piece that there's intentional, but then those of us who unwittingly or not are swept up in because of incentives and others that really are driven in this direction. Something that came up in an earlier session as well that I think is really important, beyond the economic piece, there's also a mindset that again is part of the normalization of securitization, even beyond migration, where our insecurities and our fears, we go to repression as the answer. We need more police. We need more of those types of structures. And without understanding what we give up, without understanding as a society what we give up when we allow our anxieties to feed essentially these systems and these kinds of frameworks that never end up being limited to their initial targets. Never. We're seeing that in the United States. We're seeing that across Europe. And others can speak to repression against protesters, against all different other groups using these very same technologies. So yeah, there's a bigger piece, and I think it does speak to how then we understand opportunities for resistance also. That yes, there's a policy domain, but yes, there may be economic levers we can use, but also our own role and potential complicity in all of these structures as well, in ways that we need to maybe reflect on, and how we combine our work against, that we understand tech sovereignty, innovation, competitiveness. Those are also arguments being used to drive a quote-unquote industrial policy in favor of securitization. So how do we ensure that we're addressing that in our digital rights work as well, for instance?
Yeah, that was really insightful. I think some of the things that I'm sure like a lot of us really resonated with is just like interacting with a lot of these technologies can feel very like a double-edged sword, because there's parts of it that are designed and coded to surveil, to profile, and for securitization. But then there's parts of it where you see pockets of resilience, and it's like I said before, it's a bargain that you make, or a trade-off that you make unknowingly a lot of times, or without a lot of really like choice over how you're interacting with these systems. So yeah, thank you so much for that. And I think thank you to Miles as well. I think I've taken a lot away from this conversation, but yeah, I think we can open to just questions. Also hand it over to Inez for that.
Thank you so much to the panelists and to Nandini. Any question? We really want to make this session into not just question, but even your thought of what resistance or resilient technology will look like for you. How can we center technology around instead of care and self-determination? So, yeah.
Okay, thank you for this nice session. I think this is abstract, so I would be very much interested in hearing a very specific success story where a technical solution has increased the resilience of a community. So, of course, as you have said rightfully, so first of all, we have to look at the problem, we have to look at the only then when we recognize that technology can solve the problem, then we should reach for the technological solution. But hearing one example, that would be really nice.
Is this towards a specific panelist or just in general? Miles, do you want to take it, or Alina?
Sure thing. I actually have two examples, if there's time for it. The first one is has something to do with resilience, because a lot of times here in the Philippines, there's information about, for example, incoming typhoons and potential earthquakes or potential disaster events. But the information is really technical. It's too technical. And so when people, for example, get an early warning notification, that information doesn't actually connect with people. It doesn't actually mean anything to anyone in the context of their daily life. And so what happens is that, yes, technically there is early warning. There is information that should technically make people more resilient, but it doesn't, because then people don't really understand what the action that they need to take because of that information. And so, for example, Alina mentioned about the use of AI, and I think there's a very, very good use case for AI when it comes to resilience. For one thing that we're working on right now is using AI so that we can process technical data coming from our own sensors into human language. So that, for example, if you're a mom, you're a dad, and you just want to go out to take your kids to school, for example, you need it's better if you receive information that has local context to you. Is it going to rain? Is it going to be too hot? What do you need to sort of like watch out for if you step out of your front door? So that's the kind of information, that's the kind of thing that I think AI can really assist. I mean, it's a very simplistic approach, but I think it will make a lot more impact rather than sort of like the complex solutions that don't really connect with people. It's actually about opportunity. Because here in the Philippines, resilience is directly related to the ability of people to find opportunity. And there's not a lot of opportunity in a lot of places in the Philippines. And that's the reason why we built our own app. Of course, we do have social media for social connection. But the social media platforms, I think every single one of them, at least the ones that I know about, it's not really designed for what we call social teamwork. Social teamwork is something that we just coined, which is actually just an English term for the local culture of bayanihan. Bayanihan, again, is just people in their own communities helping each other solve local problems. A good example of bayanihan here in the Philippines, for example, if I run out of rice, which is staple food for us Filipinos, I could just walk over to my neighbor's house and ask for rice, and they would give me some, and they would never expect me to repay or do anything in return. So that's the most basic concept of bayanihan. And I think that's the reason why we're building a platform, again, using technology, so that there can be dedicated platform for social teamwork. I think there's a lot, and we've seen that here in the Philippines. For example, when COVID-19 struck and we had some of the strictest lockdowns around the world, and people lost their jobs, people lost their means to for livelihood, to support their families. And so what ordinary Filipinos like myself did, we basically put out a table in front of our house, and then we put whatever supplies that we had that we could spare in our own homes, and then we put that outside, and then people would take what they need, and those who had other things to share, they would also put that back. They would add more supplies to that table, and so that's how Filipinos got through the lockdowns of COVID-19. So that was a very, very analog approach. But imagine if we can be successful in building a platform doing just that, social teamwork, so that people can sort of like create a network of support for each other to have access to opportunity, to have resilience, and all of the things that people need to survive in daily life. And this is not just idealism. It's not just a theory on our end, because we've seen this happen all our lives as Filipinos through Bayanihan. We've seen this for the past 12 years in the Bike Scouts community. And so that's the experience that we have.
Thank you so much, Miles. Any other question? Yeah.
For me, it's not a question, but more like a comment in order to connect both narratives, because the Philippines is a place where one of the main exports that they have is people. People because of the natural disasters and Miles was describing, but also because their governments are failing them. So by listening to what Miles was saying, like how technologies are being used in order to, for example, to relieve them from those natural disasters that they are suffering, but in the end, in most cases, also because of climate change, because climate change also makes possible that they receive more and more typhoons. Many of the people have to leave their places to Europe, for example, or other territories of the world, and how once they come, like they arrive to for example, to Europe, they are having like the experience of being targeted in terms of getting their data, for example, if they are asking for any social, like any other means. So in this case, I think it's also interesting to map it in a way that even in their countries of origin, but also in the places where they are trying to have or to get a better future, they are also being surveilled, and how this affects them, right? So I think it's important resistance and resilience from both parts, no, from both areas, just by understanding that in the end there should be like movement, the different landscapes or geographies, because in the end everything is interconnected, and understanding that in the end when we are trying to talk about people, very important, and how do we make sure that technologies are being built with care, and thinking about how care looks like for migrants, but also for people who for any other kind of marginalized community.
And I think we have time for another question or 3 minutes. Yeah? Yeah, maybe I will add on this. We see if you have another question. That's exactly the point when we submitted the panel, is we think about a lot of these technology, like Miles mentioned, is they are built or now like a crisis like COVID or something, and then we realize there is a lot of like issues without them. There is like scalability, they don't scale very well, or there is privacy. We kind of tried in this panel to like think exactly is like how can we build these technology, maybe in a way like even preemptively, with having like the care kind of like one of the main cores that is like centered around like these technologies. So maybe if there is like one last question, otherwise I will give like one final comment to Nandini to end this panel. Or Alina, if you wanted also to add something. Or yeah, Nandini, I think the floor is yours.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, I think some of the things that were said about just seeing like examples of this on ground, especially with when we interacted with Miles on the Bike Scouts work, was a very like big indicator. See how like communities mobilizing through tech can really like create avenues for like access and inclusion. So yeah, like someone else mentioned as well, it does have to be a two-way street. So thank you for your engagement, and thank you to Alina, Miles, and also Inez and all the participants who've like engaged and been a part of this discussion. I mean, just a little bit of, we wanted to just take 2 minutes to throw some light on the development of this alternative layer and how both Inez and us at APTI have like looked at the development of this alternative layer. Within APTI, we conducted sort of a year-long exploration resilient technologies or ResTech. And we basically created a repository of similar systems like this that are centric lens built on principles of care, inclusion, and also just centered around the migrant. And as well as Inez and Jan's paper, specifically just like how we can speak about resisting through tech by this reimagination of narratives, and with a focus by understanding considerations around privacy and security in this larger conversation. And I think what both of our taught us to is to sort of uncover the potential of having a more people-centric approach in designing tech, something that allows us to this narrative in design and deployment towards the migrant or the person that's affected. And what we've understood through our research is to also models of governance, bottom-up values of governance and usage, and the role of technology in a space like migration restricted to managing migrants or managing migration or mobility and surveilling, but also a more affirmative, care-oriented that allows for communities to have a voice on the table and to be able to see their needs and aspirations reflected in the tech. And our approaches through this panel was also to just align many diverse actors in this space that are playing a role in this ecosystem, whether that's practitioners, policymakers, community actors, and the coming together of a lot of these pockets of conversations on community-oriented tech it can lead to a range of outcomes that range from like visibilization that then leads to greater access to funding channels, to visibility in media outlets, support for building for the long term, and building for various intersections. So yeah, I think what we wanted to leave you all is with this thought is refocus and solve for issues that exist in cracks where a lot of times institutional aid can be challenging to avail. And we're also just our research is touching upon these themes through a lot of different lenses, and I think that's why we sort of are co-hosting this panel, trying to understand how different backgrounds and disciplines and perspectives can come in together. So yeah, you can see 2 QR codes on our research on this that we've sort of undertaken over the last couple months, over a year, and more of our work, as well as reach out to us over any of these emails that you see here. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again for giving us your time, your attention, and yeah, you can please feel free to reach out to us for any further conversations, just to chat if there's anything you think we've not covered or we should think about more. But thank you so much again, everyone, for being part of this discussion.
Thank you so much, Nanjini and Miles, and thank you, Alina, for being here in person.
Hello. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this. As the name of the conversation clearly suggests, we're going to be talking about digital sovereignty, a concept that assuming increasing importance in technology policy debates in the EU. And the focus of this conversation will be to talk about how we can center autonomy and self-determination within this discourse. And to talk about this, we have an absolutely stellar panel of experts. On my right is Paris Marx. Paris is a Canadian technology journalist. Some of you might be aware of him, which is a very popular podcast, Tech Won't Save Us. Paris is also the author of Road to Nowhere, What Silicon Valley Gets Wrong, The Future of Transportation. Then we have Zuzana Warsaw, who's the Director of Research at Open Future. Zuzana has over 10 years of experience in the human rights and advocacy field, and she and Open Future's work has been quite pivotal to shaping the discourse around digital sovereignty in Europe. Then, of course, we have the Honorable MEP Alexandra Giese. Ms. Giese has been a member of the European Parliament since 2019. Her work on digital regulation needs no introduction. She's been on the Special Committee on AI. She has been her parliamentary group's shadow rapporteur on Digital Services Act, and even more germane to this discussion, she was the shadow rapporteur on the Industry Committee's I&I report on technology sovereignty and digital infrastructure. And finally, we have Elisa Lindinger, who is the co-founder and co-ED of Superlab, which is a lab for feminist digital futures. Elisa and Super's work aims to develop visions and projects with the goal to create more equitable futures. So without further ado, let's begin. As I mentioned, we're lucky to have a panel whose work is quite directly contributing to defining the contours of digital sovereignty in Europe and beyond. I may refer to some of your work and writing through the course of this session and ask you to elaborate on some ideas for the benefit of our audience. So for the first round of questions, I will request the panelists to keep their interventions to about 5 minutes. My first question is for Paris. Paris, in a report co-authored by you, you define digital sovereignty in a way that could really help us frame the issue for this discussion. You say sovereignty classically refers to the supreme authority within a territory, but it can also allude to a community's empowerment and its ability to control its destiny. This view of sovereignty, which views it as a tool to empower communities and to facilitate their effective control over technological infrastructure, is a bit different from the ideas of sovereignty that are rooted more in strategic interests, or seeing, as you mentioned, sovereignty as a battlefield amongst countries. Could you briefly elaborate on this idea and how we can achieve this?
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be here. Thanks, everyone, for coming. I think it was really interesting putting together that report, right, and thinking through what we actually mean by sovereignty in the digital age, especially at a moment where, we're kind of grappling with the fact, in Canada where I am, in Europe where you are, where we have become so dependent on US technologies, platforms and services developed by US tech companies, and how we're now explicitly seeing the kind of weaponization of that dependence by the US government and by US tech companies and their executives and CEOs, right? And so we're trying to deal with how to respond. And so I think that for us, in putting together the report, we were thinking, how do we think of this in a way, in one sense, to redefine how we think about digital technology, because I would argue for the past several decades, the US tech industry has really pushed this notion that technology is about shareholder returns, is about maximizing the power of these companies, about making a lot of people a lot of money. And now if we are, kind of questioning this dependence and questioning the premises that this industry has created, that gives us an opportunity to now say, how can we on the one hand, think more about using technology to serve the public good, to serve the broader society within which we live, rather than putting shareholder value, at the fore, at the front of these discussions. But then also, how do we think about kind of empowerment in terms of those conversations? And so part of that is obviously getting better control of the technologies that are being used within our jurisdictions. That is, I would say, like a prerequisite to those discussions, because we can see now that even as, say, European governments, even as the European Parliament, European Commission move forward with trying to regulate US tech companies, you're seeing this really strong, kind of pushback to those efforts, right? To kind of say, you might have expectations for how technology should work in your jurisdictions, but that does not work for our commercial interests, and so we are going to push back vigorously on that. And so part of that is, of course, what we discuss in the report is recognizing that there's obviously a role for governments to play in kind of shaping the way that technologies roll out within our societies, the way that they're used. But we also need to think about how communities are better empowered to shape the way that those technologies are rolled out. So not just say kind of the government coming from on high and saying these are the technologies we're going to use, this is how they're going to work, but rather creating structures within which we have more democratic participation in the creation of those technologies, in thinking about the ways that they roll out, in actually having feedback on the types of policies that government is creating with relation to technology. And I think that we're at this moment right now where we have a real opportunity to think about this in a different way, to chart a different path forward. And I would hope that we can seize on that rather than just say trying to create a European Silicon Valley or a Canadian Silicon Valley along a very similar model, and missing out on the opportunity that we have right now to really challenge the way that technology has been defined for the better part of 3 decades or more.
Thank you. Thank you for that intervention. My next question is for Susanna. And sort of building on this idea of what has now been EU's structural dependence on foreign and Chinese technologies. In one of your reports, Susanna, you write that often framed as a matter of competitiveness, the deeper digital sovereignty and resilience in the systems that underpin Europe's economy, public services, and democratic life. Now, the acknowledgement of the limitations of the digital regulations, or digital regulations as we've known it so far, to address power which are inherent to the data and compute economy, right? So, but then those asymmetries go beyond just foreign and domestic tech, right? Asymmetries between surveilling and privacy-preserving tech, or domestic big and small tech, or even exploitative technology and consumer, also between state and citizens. So how can we design for policy interventions that can look at some of these asymmetries in a holistic manner?
Thank you for this question, and thank you for the framing, because indeed I think what we started doing at Open Future a couple of years ago already was this, well, we realized that regulation only goes as far, and that we can't, and that while we as civil society, as digital rights activists have been working a lot on making regulation better and fixing what is broken, we also need to complement it with another set of actions which are more around building the alternatives and building the infrastructures that we actually want. So, and then of course with Trump winning again, there was sort of like this big awakening across Europe, and this awareness increased about the dependencies. But let's be clear, this is not something that occurred over the last 2 years, right? We've been putting ourselves in this position for decades, as you said. So I think we can spend a lot of time talking about the sources of these asymmetries, but one way of framing that, and something that we are testing right now, is to tackle it from a set of angles, because again, we are a civil society, we know how to engage with discussions, debates around how tech is regulated, but this is only part of it. So what we try to convey is actually a lot of our problems come from how tech is funded, how the investment in tech is structured, how it is built, how it is then procured, how it is bought, and how it's governed. And each of those aspects is a whole set of questions that we as digital rights activists are not familiar with, right? So suddenly we're in a position where we need to understand better how to structure the incentives in a way that will deliver us the sort of technologies that we need. And let's take the funding or the investment just as an example. We are now, right now in Europe, realizing that the way that the tech has been funded does not really work, right? It doesn't scale, it doesn't deliver the solutions that we need. But the alternative is not to go for venture capital, right? So it's not grants or venture capital, right? Grants won't give us what we need. Grants are great for research and great for many things, but probably not to build public digital infrastructure. But venture capital is cancerous, right? It's toxic, it destroys the economy. But we sort of are put in this false dichotomy where we're supposed to choose, right? It's either or, and we say no. We need better ways of funding, of investing in tech that will actually have the potential of delivering something that then is sustainable, that serves us. But these are not conversations that we're used to, right? We as civil society, we know, at least speaking from my position, but I think I speak for many, we don't engage in the negotiations around multi-annual financial framework, right? We don't engage in the discussions about public procurement reform, but now we have to, and that's how we try to tackle these topics. But this is new. This is all new.
Thank you. So I think you've sort of set the stage very clearly for my next question, which is for MEP Giese. Ms. Giese, in a recent post where you framed the current efforts towards policy making as the first step towards independence from big digital corporations in US and China, very open about articulating very clearly that this is not about catching up to US and China, right? This is not about emulating the same business models that have led to the problems that we're trying to solve. And I think you've also spoken about some of the issues that in the I&I report that you've tried to, some of the values that you've tried to push for, and you've specifically mentioned value-oriented, citizen-centric European AI vision. You've mentioned a stronger focus on public interest. Now, the concern that some of us in the civil society have is that the commitments that the I&I report does make, particularly on supporting innovation, on correcting market failures, they don't quite go far enough in recognizing the need to create alternatives, right? Which have led to exploitative business models becoming entrenched. So now, is there a risk that without those explicit commitments, and perhaps those commitments then leading to clear conditions, we might end up creating more of the same?
Yes. Very clearly, yes, absolutely. There's a risk that we create more of the same or even something worse. And this is why it's so important, and I'm so grateful that civil society and digital rights activists are jumping into this movement and saying, we want to be part of that. I've worked a lot on regulation, and then I started working on more the industrial part this term. And that was exactly the question that we asked ourselves when we were sitting and basically coming up with the Eurostack idea, which is the idea of creating European digital infrastructure. Eurostack focuses a lot on infrastructure, but then it's all about technological sovereignty in a larger sense. And that was 14 months ago, and it was Meredith Whittaker, Francesca Bria, and Christina Cafara and me having dinner and saying, well, what can we do? We're desperate. That was even before the US elections, but we sort of saw it coming. What do we do if he wins? And we have these huge issues, and everybody contributing with their perspective. So, well, let's start this movement. And it worked out. But the question we asked ourselves that night is, how can we create conditions around it to make sure that this is a better model, that is really centered on the needs of citizens, on the public good, and not just another industry thing with some people ending up a lot of money. And frankly, we couldn't come up with an answer. We were not able to come up with an answer because the whole idea of digital sovereignty on a larger scale, really getting independent also in terms of infrastructure from those big American or Chinese companies, it's not something that the European Parliament can control and mandate because we are not funding this. So I think it's many different layers. That means, for example, if we talk about cloud capacity, cloud structure, it's European companies who need to step in, and what we can do as politicians is try to help the conditions in terms of public procurement, as you mentioned, and that is what is in the report, the bi-European conditionality for public procurement, and Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, confirmed 2 weeks ago that this probably is going to come. It's about creating regulatory, mandatory obligations in the EU Cloud and AI Development Act, what kind of data mandatorily needs to be stored by European companies. But it's very difficult then to say, well, this needs to be for the public good. First of all, we don't have majorities for this in the European Parliament, and you mentioned the report, and already getting what is in the report, I assure you, it's close to a miracle. That were very, very hard negotiations. We negotiated that report. It's an own initiative report. For those who know Parliament, it's sort of the lowest category of reports because it's not even legislation. It's just sort of the Parliament's opinion. Normally you don't spend that much time of it. And we spend, my office spent like 6 months only negotiating that thing full time. So I think it's already a good result, but we don't have the majorities right now in Europe to say we want this centered on the public good. Already getting politicians, the majority in Parliament, to sign up for European digital sovereignty, that was not an easy task. So I think we need to have a look a little bit at what is the infrastructure layer and what is industrial policy, and where can we step in as digital rights activists, as society, and say, well, this is the kind of model we want. This is what we expect. There's so many different layers. There's the industrial part, the infrastructure, but then there's new social media. There's the whole Fediverse. What is that going to contribute? There's the idea of something built based on AT protocol, Eurosky Social. How is that going to work? What are the new business models? And I think we're not there yet. It's very hard to say, well, this is the conditionality and everybody has to abide by that. It's never going to work because even European companies are not going to do that. But it's also already important to have companies whose understanding of themselves is that they're companies who want to abide by European law, because this is not a given right now. Right now you have the big American companies. They know, well, President Trump is our top lobbyist, and they're blackmailing us. Trump really says, well, if our companies have to adhere to your legislation, oh, that's discrimination, and I'm going to slap tariffs on you. I'm going to slap visa restrictions on you. So only coming back to protecting a situation in which it is normal that companies abide by the law, that's already progress right now. This is where we are. This is a real emergency. So I think that's the thing we need to do, and then it's important now to step in all the different layers and to help think about what could that business model be. Because for a long time, I think we've been saying, well, we need public platforms. We need the public to step in. We need the public to spend that. I'm starting to be a little bit concerned about that because A, it hasn't happened, and that does say something. B, we see a growing number of countries where the far right steps into government and basically erases the independence of whatever public bodies they have. I lived in Italy for a long time. I've seen what they did to Italian public media. So I don't want to see public platforms in the hands of a government. So governance, I think, is a really, really big issue. And thinking about what could governance of these platforms or whatever we create in this space could look like. I think Wikimedia has great governance, but even they are heavily under attack right now. So if civil society can help and academia can help to say, you know, this could be an interesting governance model, this could be an interesting governance model. Also business models. I think if we speak about social media in this case, we do need advertising because social media, I mean, they're basically money printing machines and we will not be able to fund all this publicly. I think we will have to choose very carefully where we want to advocate for public funding and where we can have a business model that is respectful, that respects privacy, that does not have toxic algorithms, that has limitations, that is, you know, considerate and works with democratic values. But I think we need to put some creativity into it, not say, well, this is advertising model. No, it needs all to be public funding. We will not have that money anymore. So we need to create something that's powerful enough to stand up to American and Chinese companies, and that those are staggering numbers. Those are really, really staggering numbers. So we're up against something really, really big, and that means we need to be very creative to bring the two things together. We need to do something that's doable, where European companies can come in and make a profit, where European publishers can come in and make a profit, and that still works for democratic values, for privacy, for everybody having a voice in a safe space, and you know, everything we say all the time, and we need to combine all this. And it's urgent, and we don't have time to lose, because what's happening right now, that the media landscape is being completely erased. You know, they don't have click-through rates to their websites anymore, the revenue of normal publishers, which we might already criticize for their role in profiling and everything, but the revenue is vanishing practically. So we really don't have time. We need to jump into this.
Thank you. And I think the point that you made, particularly about what are governance models that that either have worked or have been articulated in the past, that brings me to the next. Now, going back to Paris's definition about sovereignty, I wanted to take a step back and some of the notions that we're playing with here, right? So now, the current discourse on digital sovereignty, so something like sovereignty, DPI, you would imagine that the work and scholarship on something like digital commons, which has been an idea that has been around, be instrumental in shaping that discourse. But instead we see the root of the sovereignty discussion largely in the idea of European and strategic autonomy discourse. So is there cause for us to pause and say that is sovereign within which we want to look at solving these problems?
I mean, that is an invitation to go into the whole definition debate, I guess, on brain, even though I do have a strong opinion. But I think talking about the terminology here is only part of the conversation. And I think you're absolutely right. It is time to pause and also rethink the concepts that we want to deploy on very, very many levels. We at Super, we mostly focus on the narratives that we use to describe what kind of technology we use, what kind of technology we want to see in the world, what kind of digital futures, or maybe just futures we want to see happen, and then question later what role digital technologies and the governance behind them and the regulation of them should play and should contribute. And I think the whole narrative aspect actually has a pattern that I find a bit frustrating and maybe even threatening, because in many of these debates, we do center technology. And when we center technology, we fall into the same trap. We follow the example of those that we do not want to copy, and that's big tech, because they can center their products, they can center the narratives of innovation, of some sort of technological progress. And if we focus our debate on digital sovereignty on the same issue, we are already staying in their playing field that they defined for us. And I think we would do good to actually go beyond that. But that is hard, because their narratives are so strong and we are so caught up in it, we sometimes even lack the words or the imagination. So I think that there's another layer to it. And that is the hope that we apply to technology when actually maybe the solution lies somewhere else. I think we can build like all the technology that we want and like foster all the innovation that we want. But if the underlying economic models, like as you have already said, right, stays the same, and I don't want to be cute if I say that tech won't save us. But like it won't, it really won't. And I used to work for a funding program, a public funding program called the Prototype Fund in Germany, and I know how hard it is to actually come up with especially sustainable funding models. And if also the the revenue model, the kind of for-profit model has its limits. If we do not want to follow the ad tech model that is behind most of the applications that we see, sustainable funding is really hard. Competing with these models is really, really hard. Exactly. We can also build all the infrastructure. We talked about data centers already, but like if we follow the same sorts of, building for anticipated needs, like building, like using extractivism technologies, and also building high resource, data centers, infrastructures, without like addressing the needs for sustainability and all these things. Like again, like this won't help us. This will just cause new problems. And also, like we talk about strategic autonomy from the USA and China mostly, but if we have this conversation without representatives from the global majority on board and with us in the room, and when we do not listen to them from the very first step, again, like we won't get anywhere towards a solution. So this is more of a collective effort. I recently listened to a debate where Meredith Whittaker, who you also obviously are in close contact with, and she said that the economic engine behind technology right now is surveillance, and I would add extractivism, obviously. And I think the problem is really how do we compete with that? And I think there is not really an economic model that can 100% compete with that. So if we follow big tech's example here and like stay focused on the technology, and if we do not allow ourselves to think outside the box, I think we are taking away two big opportunities for us to actually make some progress on the debate. And one of them would be to come up with our own vision. We talk a lot about public interest technology. What does that even mean? I think it is almost as vague as digital sovereignty, maybe. So maybe we could be clearer what our social vision is that we want to achieve with all these developments. And I think we can be more aspirational and also more daring than let's be better than Facebook and let's be better than these very extractive systems. I think we can do better, but this needs creativity and also time and also resources. And yeah, as you said, coming back to your also initial question and also what you said mentioning Wikipedia, we do have such a strong history of communities building fundamental resources that we're using today, from open source community to open data to open knowledge communities. And as you said, they're on attack for a reason, because they are a threat to these economic models, because they do still provide some sort of alternative. And I think going back to these roots that we maybe have shunted aside for a bit too long, and learn what made them successful in the first place, and then build on that and strengthen that, I think that would take us forward.
Thank you, thank you. So now we will move on to the second part of the conversation. We go a bit deeper into specific policy proposals, or maybe that's again too concrete a term. What is sovereignty? What is that conversation truly translating into? And again, I will begin with you, Paris. This intervention, you spoke about the need to challenge the metrics of shareholder value and economic interests of creating this infrastructure, right? In your paper, you actually try to articulate a coherence towards achieving that. And I think one of the things that I think everybody on this panel has been quite vocal on, I believe, the need to carefully evaluate the environmental effects of the technological systems that we're talking about building. So could you talk a little bit about like specific ways that you think governments should be approaching it.
And like, I think it's a huge question, right? If we think about the ambitious approach that we need to take to redefining the way that technology works in a way that is not aligned with the Silicon Valley model that we have become dependent on. And I think that that is going to prompt like difficult conversations if we are to be really ambitious about that, right? You know, thinking about if we look at Brazil and the way that they have simply said, you know, if certain platforms are not operating by our rules, we will block them in our jurisdictions until they do follow those rules, right? That is a step that I think would be almost even difficult to contemplate in certain other markets. But I think that you can see them really, you know, kind of using the authority that they have in a way that I would say is really welcome to push back on these. And I would say that, say, a jurisdiction like the European Union has a lot more power and leverage if it is to go in a direction like that than a country like Brazil would have in actually forcing the companies to better align with values. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of geopolitical implications that come of that and things like that too, if you think of the way the Trump administration acts. But, you know, I think we can see them already kind of using their muscle in ways that we don't necessarily agree with. You know, coming back to some of the other things that were said on the panel and to your question, I think the environmental implication is a big piece of this, right? One of the things that we try to highlight in the report is, one, the environmental dimension of the tech infrastructure that we have become dependent on, but also the need for international collaboration if we are to really think about developing a model that is going to be different than the one that we have right now, right? You know, obviously, the European Union itself is a big market, has a lot of people, has a lot of resources, so, you know, we can probably think about acting alone, but there are a lot of other countries out there that are interested in taking a different path. And I think now, obviously, you know, that seeing the way that many governments are activated by what the Trump administration and Silicon Valley are doing is a time to think about forming those kind of broader coalitions around thinking about doing something differently. So it's not just about, say, European companies developing something and trying to sell it to African companies or sell it to Africa or Brazil or wherever else, or Canada or whatnot, but actually working together on a tech infrastructure that actually serves the public need rather than private profit. And, you know, that kind of like surveillance model that you were talking about, that extractive model, is really built into that, and that also has environmental implications, right? Because if we need to collect vast amounts of data to properly target people for advertising or recommendation systems or what have you, that requires, you know, major data centers in order to hold that, in order to run those systems. You know, should, say, the European Union be trying to compete on generative AI, or is this really something that we judge is in the interests of the people within our jurisdictions, or should we be focused on different kinds of technologies or different uses of digital technology that are much better aligned with, say, the environmental and social values, you know, that we would claim to have, right? And so maybe kind of the last point I would make on this is that the way I often approach it is I think that we need to be thinking in two different directions kind of simultaneously, right? And the first is regulation and thinking about what ambitious regulation really looks like, you know, taking that step even beyond what we have already been doing to say, this is what we expect for tech companies, for technologies operating within our jurisdictions, and if you are not going to abide by it, there's going to be really serious rules. Again, you know, fines are one part of it, but thinking about what Brazil has been doing in order to really say, like, if you don't align, you're going to get blocked. And that is a step forward beyond, I think, where we have been willing to kind of contemplate so far, but I think it's somewhere that we need to go if we're to get serious about forcing these companies into line, or going to the second part of what I think we need to be considering is then looking at those alternatives as well, right? On the one hand, thinking about regulating, bringing them into line, but on the other hand saying, okay, we really need to do something different. We don't just want everyone to be reliant on American cloud platforms, on American social media companies, on, you know, all of these other American digital services, but we need to create something else. And obviously procurement is a big part of that, funding, but, you know, industrial policy is a big piece of that too, right? Thinking about how we actually deploy the resources to realize that goal, and that's going to require a lot of kind of coming together to do something like that. And again, I think it does kind of fundamentally challenge some of the ideas that we've had about digital technology for a long time, that everyone should be on the same platforms, that you know, these platforms should be inherently global, and that we should be expecting to use them in this way. I think that those kind of ideas are going to get challenged in the future, or are going to look fundamentally different, where maybe we have a more federative social media model where there are different ways to connect in different jurisdictions, and the way that you access that platform is, or that kind of federated service is going to look a little bit different depending on the jurisdiction that you're accessing it from. But I think that these are discussions we need to start having.
Thank you. I think that there's a lot to chew on in that intervention. I think we are getting to a theme, I think, in this discussion, which procurement and the idea of public funding of some of these kind of, at this moment, perhaps speculative models that we're trying to build. So I'm going to start on that note with Elisa, and we'll go back to you there. Now, when we are thinking of committing public funding, there's also a lot of focus from a strategic autonomy perspective that we do want to ensure that we fund European tech, right? Now, there are obviously jurisdiction-related challenges that come into play there, but how can we ensure that European tech translates into open, inclusive, privacy-preserving tech? You've had some experience in terms of evaluating solutions of that nature.
Right. So maybe to recap, so I did run for a few years a small funding program that was focused on open source developers, also individual developers. So I think what we did back there at the Prototype Fund was one of the key actions, that we made it as unbureaucratic as it is possible in Germany. So the bar is somewhat mid-ish, I'd say. So to really also understand the ecosystem of people contributing to our underlying infrastructures as well as the application layer. I think, it is, of course, also small and medium-sized businesses, but it's also actual individuals contributing to these things. So to have a wide variety of funding opportunities that kind of respond to the differences in how these groups or organizations are somehow structured. So kind of, meet them where they are. I think that's one of the important things. And one problem that we ran into continuously was the problem of, again, sustainability in a financial sense. So the Prototype Fund was meant for, again, innovative solutions. So this was like first-time test runs, prototypes, as the name says, right? So for me, the fundamental question remained, how do we, as a group of countries, as the European Union, make sure that our digital infrastructure is well maintained and cared for? Because that, again, is a matter of personal security, is a matter of national security. It can even be a matter of election integrity. If, we open the doors to all sorts of disinformation, it has so many levels. So making sure that the people who take care of our infrastructures are well-resourced, well-informed, not threatened by lawsuits if they do responsible disclosure. All these things are fundamental, and I think we could do a better job to make sure that they have the circumstances that they need to do their job in the best way possible, because we need them to do that job, and few people else can. I know that the EU did have a bug bounty program at some point, and I think that was super effective, and was actually a great idea to maybe keep continuing these efforts. Would be lovely to have more European funding for this, maybe not just by the public sector, but also by the private sector chipping in, because they are using all these packages and all these libraries. They are building on them. And we have recently seen that there's also a legal component. A part of the Ruby community, so a very developed, very active community, has been captured by a quasi-corporate influence, when a few people actually managed to get hold of repositories, and they are connected to a major investor in the community. So there was so much voluntary work going into these technologies that are fundamental. Again, also a project that got funded with a good amount by the German Sovereign Tech Agency. So they invested public money in it, and now it is basically held by a few people who are paid for by a company. And that is a problem. So there is no legal safeguards for open source not being captured by private owners. And I think that has become very blatantly clear now, and I think that's something that we have to wrap our heads around. I like the idea of I think we have a few examples that we could look at in figuring out how funding the tech ecosystem might look like. And I think public broadcasting is one of these things. They are fundamentally independent. They are also legally independent in many countries. And they are allowed to run ads, but in a very, set circumstances only. For example, we could exclude the ad tech model from being applied there, but it would be more about context-based advertising, all these things. And there are some endeavors from the Digital Public Spaces Incubator beyond the EU. It's not just an EU thing. Digital Open Spaces is another project. So I think they are coming together to figure out how they can contribute. Again, also not just on an infrastructure level, which is important, but also connecting the infrastructure to the news and the research and the original sources that they provide, which again then informs public discourse. But if public broadcasters, are overwhelmed and cannot really open their comment sections because of moderation capacities, people will flock to YouTube and, fall into the same trap again. So I think figuring out what kind of methods we want to adopt, how we can support them financially, and then hopefully have a thriving ecosystem actually out there that has some sort of private investment, has some sort of public support, and where people actually want to go to. Because if people don't want to go there, all the investment is, it's not worth it.
Thank you, thank you. So I think continuing in that vein, my next question is to you, Ms. Giese. I think so one of the things that you also mentioned very clearly is that the Greens have argued for a very clear commitment of a technological fund of 10 billion euros for creating sovereign technologies. Now, the sort of concern that that I see there, especially somebody coming from a context in a place like India, where we've had a lot of investments made into building digital public infrastructure. One of our most successful examples called UPI that now has a duopoly of Google and Walmart, for instance, built on top of it. Right? So again, this is not to put you on the spot, as this is an evolving conversation, but I think one of the things that we do see is a very high risk of open washing, where people position their solutions as open just because it has open APIs, for instance, and that doesn't. And when we are looking to commit public funding towards building that, and even if we hire European tech to build that infrastructure, then on top of that infrastructure, if the same kind of if the same qualities continue to pervade that infrastructure, then eventually it is big tech actors with market power, with extractive business models that might be able to capture that market. So if you could share a little bit of your thinking around navigating those challenges.
Yeah, I appreciate that you asked the question, because we don't have a clear solution yet. I mean, the solution would be regulation, making sure that, public money, public code, for example, but it being public doesn't solve the problem, as you said. So, and that's the whole problem that we have with startup funding. I mean, we spend enormous amounts of public money into startups in Europe, and we have more startups in Germany, I think in Europe more than in the US, with a lot of a really vibrant startup scene that people often don't know. But what is the final goal of a European startup? It's making an exit to the US, because that's where the money is, and this is a crazy system. So it's not a new problem, it's just a problem we reproduce, and we don't really have a solution in that area either. So the solution in theory would be regulation, saying, if you take that money, you can't do anything to sell it or to do with that product for a number of years. But that means more regulation. And that means it gets more difficult to get people to do that. So I don't think we have a solution that would apply to all sectors. So the 10 billion fund, the idea was to go there where the industry doesn't go and where the numbers are too big for anything close to civil society. So that would be actually some open software, definitely. And I think that we have to take some risks. I mean, you can't control everything you do. That's just not working. And this is what people tell us always from out west, where in Europe you have you have all this regulation and you need to control everything. I think we have to accept there's a lot of risks there. But you know, anything is better probably than the current situation. If you look at what's going on in the US on political level and think of this alliance between these big companies and Trump and how they want to achieve regime change, political regime change in Europe in the next years, I mean, whatever we do is probably going to be better. So I think there is some risk to take. And then you have to find ways, if you put that money in something like a semiconductor company or something, you can't put conditionalities on top of that they can't sell for the next 10 or 12, 30 years. There are some ideas around if you do big investments about having like a golden share or something. So if you have a sovereign fund and publicly it's public money invested in companies specifically, that the state has some kind of golden share and can at least say, well, you can't sell it to anybody. But I think you have to really look investment per investment, what kind of measure you need, come up with some conditionalities, and in some case have some risks. That's how it works. But it's a good question.
Thank you, thank you. So, I mean, for my final question, I'll go to Susanna, and again, continuing in the theme of public funding into digital infrastructure. So, in your recent policy brief, Susanna, which is called From Public Investment to Public Value, you try to articulate some very clear ways towards achieving that. So let's have the final word from you, and maybe we can just have a few minutes for Q&A after that.
Yes, thanks. I will be brief, but maybe before I try to summarize what we propose in the brief, I want to go back to this idea that it's difficult to support an alternative ecosystem. And I fully agree that there are obstacles, but come on. Europe has already spent a lot of money on open source projects, and European Commission itself does not use these solutions because they prefer to pay licenses to Microsoft. So, and I'm sorry to my colleagues who already heard me saying that, but European Union is in a situationship with open source, right? It likes it, but it doesn't want to commit. So before we start, you know, talking about these huge challenges and the sort of conditionalities and that needs to be tied to the investments, of course we need to have this conversation. Let's start with those obvious and absurd things that are so clear to anyone who has ever looked at the funding landscape. So maybe I will finish by recommending everyone to go to the Open Future website and taking a look at our brief without going too much into detail, because I think it's really nice to have a couple more minutes for the discussion. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I think we have about 7 minutes left, so maybe we can take a few questions from the audience. Do we have a mic there?
Yeah, thanks so much. Very interesting debate. I'm Maria Magierska. I'm a senior lecturer at Maastricht University, and I wanted to follow up about one thing that was mentioned very briefly by Alexandra, and it was this blackmailing by American administration. So maybe I would like to come back to this, turn this panel into this what we have now, unfortunately, and essentially what to do now, and what can the EU society do now, when indeed we have this problem. The geopolitics of digital rights really has changed, and we have two big actors against Europe. We have also the global majority in the background. So everything is quite problematic as it stands. I was wondering what are the solutions now as it stands, like what to do.
Well, never waste a good crisis.
well, one of the solutions I really like is what Paris mentioned before. Let's team up with like-minded countries who are also working on that. Canada, Australia, India, Brazil. I think if we, in terms of the trade deal, because one of the elements of the blackmail is the trade deal, which some European countries really want. And if we had said with all these countries, just, we're just not going to do that, we stick to free trade. And we might do a big summit on free trade that the Greens might not always agree with that, but just in terms of if I had been Ursula von der Leyen, I would have invited everybody to have a free trade summit and get Canada and Australia and Brazil with its enormous market, India with its enormous market, and discuss free trade. And by the way, digital regulation, because these are all countries who are committed to digital regulation in different ways. You mentioned Brazil. And are paying a high price for it. And then since we have India, let's look at what the India stack is doing and could do for Europe. Let's look what Brazil is doing. Let's look what Australia is doing. I'm sure they're really great, tech companies and ideas in all these countries. And I think that would have put a different pressure on the US. This is a very political answer, but it is a very political answer. So showing more, saying, well, we are the internal market. We are 450 million people. That's something the American companies are really interested in. And together with Brazil and India, I mean, these are the markets that are a lot more relevant than the US. This would have been my policy choice. And at the same time, start building. I very much agree with what Suzat said. We have these issues. Can we put conditionalities and do we need to regulate? But we did regulate. I mean, we have some good regulation. We're just not enforcing it. The European Commission has decided not to really significantly, meaningfully enforce it because of that blackmail. And what we can do in the meantime is building. And that is the basic idea of the Eurostack, having at least the infrastructure, because we can build a great social network and great open source solutions. But if President Trump then tells AWS, Azure, and Google, I don't really like these Europeans, could you please shut off their cloud? We are back to writing on paper and pencil very, very quickly. So the first thing we need to do is build that infrastructure. And this is what, I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's such a complicated topic, I have to say. Like my brain is like running through all these dimensions. Just one aspect that I'll pick out, right? How to compete with free. And I will give a little bit of context. So in Europe, we have a lot of expectations on tech. Ideally, it should respect privacy, cost more money. It should be compliant with all regulation, cost more money. I can't have IP, it should be open source, so I can't monetize my IP. Can't have ads, ideally, so can't monetize that. So there's all this expectation, and if I found a startup now, just to pick out that one specific example, how do I compete with Google Docs that's free, for example? I can out-engineer Google Docs, I can make better product, but I can't, how do I make money? And then, to me, it forces a market intervention in either two ways. Either it's not allowed in the market to have free products, or the European alternative is not funded to be built, but the cost it would be for the consumer to buy it would be subsidized and also made free, right? But otherwise, how do we have actual competition?
Yeah, I can certainly give a response if anyone else wants to add. I think it's a great point, right? And I think it's an important discussion that we need to be having, right? I think on the one hand, we need to be making those investments. I think you can think, if you're thinking of, I think it depends on the platform, the service, like what you're talking about. I think there are opportunities in some areas to think of it more as like a nonprofit public sector kind of thing that is being delivered. There are other aspects where it's going to be, a kind of like a commercial platform, a commercial technology, and we need to think about what a business model for that looks like. But then I think you're also kind of butting up against the difficulty that if you're creating something that is attempting to compete with these major American companies who already dominate the market and are incredibly profitable and can kind of take a loss in Europe while making up the money in a different jurisdiction, then you are always going to have trouble competing with that model. And that is where the need to really think about restrictions on what these companies can do within our markets if we want to get serious about developing sovereignty, really comes from, right? We need to be having these discussions. And I think one of the things that is a bit of like a third rail that people don't really like to talk about, I think, especially in some digital rights communities, is like, if you think about the Chinese Great Firewall, and I'm very much not saying that we need something like that, but you know, it's often taken as a discussion of like, this is an attempt to restrict information, to you know, kind of restrict people's freedoms, and I'm not debating that, right? I think that that is definitely a component of the Great Firewall, but it was also an incredible tool of industrial policy that basically made sure that China could develop competitors in a way that no other country has effectively done. And so I'm not saying we need a great firewall, but I think we need to get serious about like what it's going to take to actually develop competitive services to what the Americans have right now. And if we can't talk about restricting what they do and how they operate in our markets, I don't think we're ever going to get there.
Now, I think a little bit in the same direction. I think advertising is a powerful tool, and I know that the audiences I speak to don't like that idea. But if you want to compete with these companies, and I'm not saying you want to build the same thing, but you know, if these make 100 billion, you need $1 billion at least to produce a product that is attractive for the masses. And I want 450 people on these products, and not, you know, not a few thousand or something, or just the scientific community. So thinking about how can we build business models that respect the values that we stand for, and at the same time generate some revenue. And this is something, I mean, media have done that for a century and a half or something. You know, the advertising revenue is almost the same if you look back 150 years. It's always the same money, it just goes to different people. So just make sure it goes back to our publishers, and we can invest it, and it's possible. I mean, you mentioned contextual advertising. That's not enough. I think we really need to carefully calibrate. But what I'm trying to do is to, you know, make people from the advertising industry talk to the publishers, talk to people building new infrastructure, and saying, well, you know, talk to each other, and the people defending the values and digital rights advocate, and see. And I'm sure you can come up with models that work, that are compromised between these things, and that can fund this kind of digital products and services that are not, that can still, some of them can be delivered free. And I think there can be a mixture of respectful advertising and some subscription model, and maybe something new that's coming out. I mean, there's some US media that are very successful based on subscription models and donations. And I think we can come up with something. It's just not black or white, but we have to look what is there in the middle that can work and that is acceptable and supports a democracy rather than weakening it. I think that is absolutely possible.
Thank you. I think on that note, we are officially over time. So maybe we can take the rest of the discussion on offline. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Prova, prova. Is there someone from EDRI? EDRI, do we need to start or will you tell us to start? Okay, so we are starting. I'm inviting my speakers. Yes. Maybe here it is there. Just give me a sec. Okay, so maybe if we want to maintain like Arthur or Olivia, Sarah, Ati, and then Saskia. All right. How are we doing? Okay. So we are at the end of a very long day. Thank you so much for coming to this last panel and our conversation, for joining us. I know that the energy level might be a bit low, but we will try to bring it up. We have a very interesting conversation to share with you. I would like also to hear from you. So let me go to my notes so I know where to start from. So where are they? Here they are. All right. So what we would like to discuss with you today is the topic of simplification that you might be, like it's been discussed throughout the day multiple times. It's this new mantra of the European Commission. It made it its guiding star on its political agenda. It's what motivates the new political priorities. It has been defined, simplification, as this key to boost European competitiveness. Competitiveness is being described as the necessary tool to bring European long-term prosperity, in the words of the European Commission. And what we would like to do today with this conversation is to have a discussion about how simplification is actually reflects a concerted attack on fundamental rights, justice, protection, and how it actually lends a hand to the growing fascism across the European Union, but it's just disguised as a bureaucratic European political agenda. So we will try to do two things. The first thing is to unpack the several manifestations of simplification, and we will do so by, in particularly, focus on deregulation and turbo regulation in the securitization sector. So we will see how simplification manifests by deregulate and waive existing protection, existing regulations such as GDPR, Act, or like environmental protections. But on the other side, we will see how the increase in regulation in the security sector, especially in policing, immigration, is the other face of the coin of simplification. So we will try to see how we could not have deregulation in certain policy domains without having over-regulation into the policing and immigration sectors. And what we will do also at the end of this discussion is try also to challenge the premises on which this equation of competitiveness and prosperity are based on, and try to see what's needed to move forward towards a just future and really practice resistance in the face of growing authoritarianism. So all of these in 50 minutes, so bear with us. So I'll do so with like 4 fantastic speakers: Olivier Hudeman, a research and campaigns coordinator at Corporate Europe Observatory, research and campaign group working to expose and challenge the privileged access and influence enjoyed by corporations and their lobby groups in the European policymaking. Then we have Sarah Chender, director at Equinox Initiative for Racial Justice, a queer, feminist, racialized-led organization working towards societies of care and not control. They do so by adopting different strategy, going to political advocacy, movement building, and coalition building. And then we have Artin Arthi, Senior Policy and Advocacy Officer at European Civic Forum, which is a pan-European network of nearly 100 associations and NGOs across the 29 European countries, which advocates for the protection and expansion of civic space. And they also coordinate the Civic Space Watch, which is a platform that monitors attacks to civic space and protests. And then last but not least, we have Saskia Brikmont, who's serving her second term at the European Parliament for the Greens EFA group and focus on issues related to fundamental rights, migration, policing, environmental justice, among others. So, thank you. And me, hello, I'm Caterina Rodelli from Access Now, digital rights organization based at the Brussels office. All right, so I will start with Olivier. So earlier this month, Corporate Europe Observatory has penned a letter together with other NGOs, including EDRI, Friends of the Earth, that was signed by almost 500 organizations across Europe. And this statement describes how our protections are being sold for profit through the deregulation agenda. So, Olivier, can you help us understand how the deregulation agenda is being rolled out across different sectors, and also who's pushing for it?
Yeah, with pleasure. Is it working? Yeah.
Seems so.
Okay, well, yes. So maybe to start with, I think just to put it in historical perspective, it's not the first deregulation wave that we're facing. There have been previous attempts by the European Commission to launch deregulation of various areas of EU lawmaking. But what we're seeing now in the last months is definitely unprecedented. It's in terms of scale, level of ambition, it's unprecedented. It's not something we've seen ever before. And I think what's important to highlight there is that the commissioners that came in with the second von der Leyen Commission, they were given the task to do a stress test of the EU acquis, and the EU acquis meaning all existing EU legislation. So that is the scale of it. In the next 4 or 5 years, the remainder of this Commission term, the Commission will go through all the existing legislation and assess which existing laws are an obstacle to competitiveness. So this is all done in the name of competitiveness, and yeah, so the scale of it's very clear. It's something that's never been done before or seen before. So there's clearly a lot at stake. What's the methodology? How is this being done? Going through thousands of EU laws in such a short time. It's done through a lot of new tools and methods that have been developed. I would say that von der Leyen, for her second Commission term, she has really built a deregulation machine, or turned the Commission into a deregulation machine. And the main methodology, the main input in this machine is that industry is given the opportunity to identify which laws they consider to be burdensome and hindering competitiveness. So that's the input. And that is done through some new ways of consulting stakeholders, and mainly industry. One of them being something called implementation dialogues. So each of the 27 commissioners has been asked to organize 2 of these events per year, meaning 50 per year in total. And if we look at the ones that have happened yet, they are heavily industry dominated. And they're fully focused on getting suggestions from industry about what to deregulate. There's another method that's called reality checks. It works similarly. But basically, this is how the deregulation machine works. This is how they will get this job done of stress testing thousands of EU laws. And the output of the deregulation machine is what we've heard referred to many times earlier today. It's proposals for deregulating specific laws, or it's omnibus proposals. So those are packages of laws to be deregulated in one go. And of course, there's a digital omnibus in the pipeline coming later this year. But already now, there are more than 10 different omnibuses that either have been presented or will be coming, and next year even more. So they range from chemicals over agriculture to defense. So it really shows that not a single policy area will be left untouched by this. Yeah, that's maybe the most important in terms of how this will work. I should maybe add one more dimension of this deregulation machine. It's for existing legislation, but also for new laws. So any new law that will be proposed by the Commission from now on will have had to go through a number of new hurdles. There's a new competitiveness check on all new legislation, an SME check, a single market check, and the list goes on. So all of these hurdles that will make it more difficult for progressive legislation to survive through the EU decision-making machine. And I'm thinking, for example, the Digital Fairness Act that is coming next year, proposal being prepared now. What are the chances of a good proposal coming out of that when it has to go through all of these new hurdles, in addition to all the industry lobbying that is happening already?
Thank you, Olivier, and thank you, also for putting this deregulation machine into context. And it was not born yesterday, but it is in the making, and the role of the industry into influencing the Commission agenda in this. I would like to move to Sarah. So when we criticize deregulation as a form of like attacking fundamental rights, we focus on this type of attacks, which is like undoing existing protections or like making it hard to make new rules. But on the other side of the spectrum, we see a completely different approach of the European Commission to the fields of policing and migration, whereas we actually can speak about turbo regulation. We see like an explosion of new rules and legislative instruments. So what I would like to ask you is to help us understand in which way we see this like over-regulation in these sectors and how they attack fundamental rights, but also if you could also show us the link, if there is, between the turbo-regulation, over-regulation in the security domain and the deregulation in other sectors, such as the one that Olivier just explained.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I'm here to talk about the other side of the coin, and at the same time, we can characterize this moment maybe as this, I like this phrase, deregulation machine. We have, for a long time in the EU, seen a securitization machine. I think for us, analyzing what does that mean, we can talk about what makes up the securitization machine. Many of you in the room work on this topic. We then have to see like this other side of the coin as like embedding the assumption actually that the laws, we may be concerned about deregulation, yes, but also the laws didn't always work for us, especially for marginalized communities, for sex workers, for migrants, for racialized communities. The frame of security and how that was embedded into new laws, whether it be in policing, migration, but also increasingly in military context, has inherently been harmful. More surveillance, more punishment-based systems, more legal framework to facilitate use of our data, racial profiling of people, etc. Basically a punitive, militaristic and surveillance-based vision of safety. And that is not limited to this mandate. It has been a long project of the EU securitization machine. Again, I'm taking from you. So looking at that other side of the coin, how do we make sense of that trend? I just give a few examples of how that has shown up. We've talked a lot about how the EU narrative recently have mobilized a very real feeling in Europe of a lack of safety following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but also more broadly, mobilizing concepts of crime, of migration control, mobilizing these concepts to scale up the EU securitization regime. In the last mandate, we saw many examples of that. So first and foremost, the EU Migration Pact, which in many different, I think 11 different pieces of legislation endorsed more and more security, surveillance-based principles, more and more data taken from migrants, more and more databases used to profile and track migrants, encourage the use of AI and other surveillance-based systems in detention centers, etc. We also had the Europol regulation, which I'm not going to speak to. Maybe Saskia will tell us a bit more about that. But essentially using the concept of cross-border crime to expand the EU framework, policing agency framework, give it more resources and also more competences. So another example, I won't go into, the AI Act, which is interesting at the middle of these two trends, will probably be part of the will likely be part of the simplification agenda and be deregulated, but also at the very same time, that piece of law, was it ever there to regulate the use of surveillance technology by police and migration control, as we unfortunately found out? Really not. And many of the loopholes that came in this legislation were designed not to legislate or to enable the police and migration control to do more surveillance, to do more tracking, and to give less accountability to those actors. We are not any different in this mandate, and actually probably we have seen a number of examples of really worse trends. So I won't give all the examples, but one specific one I wanted to draw your attention to is the EU return regulation, which we frame as the EU deportation regulation. Essentially is a piece of law that is designed to increase the efficiency by which we deport people, and deport people not just to the countries where they come from, but also to countries that they've never been to, including encouraging the introduction to offshore detention prisons. So prisons for processing people, prisons pre-deportation. Essentially the idea that actually we can send people as disposable objects to third countries that they've never been to. So none of this really sounds like deregulation, does it? It sounds like more laws to encourage the state to punish, control, surveil us, really harmful ways, but also, beyond a legislative framework, more resources to that entire project. In the EU's MFF proposal, we see many examples of upscaling that whole project. So 63 billion is proposed to go to border management, so in total to Frontex, to surveillance infrastructure, to Europol, which is 3 times what was in the previous budget. To the question of how does this all link to deregulation, I would recommend that we take a little bit of a step back and we recognize, okay, the founding, a mobilizing sort of concept behind both securitization and deregulation is not only competitiveness, but is also security. So in the same way that competitiveness is driving a securitization industry, so the idea that we also need a European industry for military, for defense, for surveillance technology, that drives securitization. But also the concept of security is driving the deregulation. So central geopolitical trend is that if Europe cannot protect itself unless it has its own industry, tech industry, unless its own defense industry, unless it has its own sort of critical mineral industry. All of that Europe is far from producing, but this is the intention. And so you see that how these two trends justify each other. Essentially, the idea that Europe needs its own industries in all of these areas is a very harmful one. Often it underpins frames like digital public infrastructure, like we talked about in the last panel that was in this room. And the idea that states or regional blocs need to invest lots of public resources into developing their own industries. Question what those industries are. Should industries be doing those things? And are they actually harmful to many people? So that's a trend that we are seeing is the link between these two. Like these two rationales reinforce each other, number one. But the other link between these two trends, securitization and deregulation, is that fundamentally they are based on the idea that we should shift public resources, so taxpayer money, to the private sector, because the private sector is the best delivery of all of these, every service that exists. So it's a fundamental logic that the idea that we need to shift resources to the private sector with very little analysis, thinking, reflection about how does that transform our daily lives, our public services, and also democracy. The more and more you engage the private sector into all of these spheres, climate change, food provision, agriculture, but also the tech sector and the security industry, that fundamentally changes those industries. And that is a reflection that not only is ignored, but is fundamentally what's the word? Like, is fundamentally argued against by the European Commission. And in fact, that we need more privatization to run this. I stop there.
Thank you very much for showing like something that I think it's not very evident, also to us in the space, what's the link between deregulation, securitization, but also to setting also the historical context, also as Olivier did before, that it's not something that started now. Most of the migration policies are inherently incompatible with, since we are a digital rights conference, GDPR and data protection, because they are based on extraction. So what we are seeing now is the manifestation of a process of extraction and oppression that has been in the making for a long time. And I would like now to move to Arti. So Arti, you are coordinating the Civic Space report at European Civic Forum. And in your last report from 2025, you have documented, and I'm going to quote, an unprecedented and intensified attack on civil society and civic freedoms that includes restriction on protest rights, challenges to the non-profit fundraising, and smear campaigns. Again, here we are trying to connect dots and see how everything links to each other, and as Sarah was saying, reinforces each other. So can you first, like, because maybe the audience is not familiar, help us understand what are the main threats that you have been monitoring when it comes to the civic space in Europe, but also how do you read this link between the European Commission competitiveness simplification agenda and the attacks on civil society that we are seeing right now?
Yeah, so as you said, there's an unprecedented attack that we've documented, and just to say, just to sum up a few concerning trends that we are seeing across Europe, I think the context is, this us versus them narrative where we see the scapegoating of minorities, in particular those working on LGBTQI rights, migration, anti-discrimination, as well as any other intersection is really more at threat and more at risk of restrictions. And I want to point to three particular trends, which I think also talk to what Sarah was saying about security and what we are seeing unfolding in the policy space. So firstly, we are seeing this delegitimization of civil society as well as movements. So questioning the role of civil society actors, questioning the role of those who go to the streets to protest, in terms of having smear campaigns against them, and to say that this is not just happening at the national level, but we are also seeing it happening in some groups within the European Parliament, far-right groups, where the funding of civil society organization is really being challenged, in terms of whose interests are we representing. We've also seen, as you said, the right to protest is the #1 threat currently in Europe in terms of the violation of international human rights standards, the use of excessive force. And here in particular, I want to make the connection to the security narrative, because we often see that protests are banned or protests are restricted under the pretext of this narrative of protecting public order, national security. We've seen this in particular with two movements, and not only applying to these movements, but we've seen the Palestine Solidarity Movement, which has been protesting across Europe against the genocide in Gaza, and in particular the security narrative really being weaponized to crack down on this movement. We've also seen this narrative being used against those advocating for climate environmental justice as well. So the security narrative is really affecting civic freedoms on the streets.
but also the growing use of this foreign threat or foreign narrative, as we've documented in our last report, which again plays into this us versus them, who is considered a foreign threat. And here we see that it's really used to stigmatize particular groups. We've seen in the last few years that there is this spread of foreign agents legislation in many parts of European member states. And this again, stigmatizes civil society and harasses civil society as foreign agents and representing interests that are against the state. And this is also linked to human rights work broadly, which is now being, challenged as terrorist activities in an attempt to discredit activism that is taking place. And we've seen many member states just recently here in Belgium. There's a discussion in the parliament on categorizing certain groups as terrorist, Code Rouge, which is an environmental group here in Brussels, in Belgium, but also we've seen similar discussions in the Netherlands, of course, in the UK and France. So overall, this is quite a worrying picture that, we are seeing unfold across Europe. To connect it to the discussion that we have today, so I think what we are seeing as civil society is that not only is civic space shrinking at the national level, but at the European level. So often policies that are made at the EU level are having unintended or intended consequences at the national level. And I just wanted to point out 3 areas of this. So we've seen the recent attacks on NGO funding, again, unfolding within certain debates in the European Parliament, and this having real implications for civil society in national level, where they constantly have to fight for, their legitimacy, but also being able to get funding resources. We've seen this, as Sarah has talked about migration policies, and particularly how it's contributed to criminalization of solidarity and stigmatizing not only migration, but those who are assisting and providing aid at the borders and also in the sea. And we've seen measures to counter terrorism and violent extremism that has also been used to unduly shrink civic space, particularly excluded groups. Again, those working on Islamophobia for many years have been branded as terrorists or acting against state interests. And to Olivier's point about, this competitiveness agenda, and I think it tells you about the priorities of the Commission when they have a competitiveness agenda checklist, but we often see that fundamental rights is really sidelined. It's a nice to have. We've seen that in some policy proposals where an impact assessment is something that we have to constantly fight for, but a human rights impact assessment where it centers fundamental rights is not happening. So to give a practical example, in 2023, the Commission proposed a Defense of Democracy package, which I don't know if many of you in this room would know this, but it was a package of measures including a directive to defend our democracy. And again, it's this very securitization narrative, but it was aimed at tackling foreign interference across the EU. What the directive is essentially is a de facto foreign funding directive where it singles out entities for receiving funding from third countries. And as civil society, we had to fight and advocate for a simple impact assessment to be done to diagnose what is the problem that the Commission is trying to legislate. At the end, we ended up with a tool which we are currently, fighting. It's within the Parliament, but a tool that's not fit for purpose, a tool that approaches the problem of defending democracy from a very external perspective, that the threat is coming from the outside without even looking at the internal threats to democracy and actually supporting those who are at the front line of, actively advocating against rule of law and democratic erosion. And I think this really illustrates that the approach to policy making is something that is done in a way where the decision of what tool is needed is already decided before consultations happen. So as an organization, we've been advocating for structured civil dialogue and having civic actors at the heart of policymaking, and I think we are moving very far away from that if we look at this agenda of competitiveness and deregulation. In the context of prioritization of security and the economy, which produces neoliberal policies that are not delivering on the needs of the people in Europe. And for sure, if you see the people protesting in Europe, the policies that are coming out at the moment are not centering what they are asking for.
Thank you so much, and also for all the work you've been doing. It's really hard sometimes, really, to see like how is like the attack on GDPR might be linked to how the funding is being restricted for civil society, and how the two things go hand in hand. What is the need, you know, to restrict the visibility and the capacity that those who fight for fundamental rights have in order to allow for a more security, surveillance-oriented type of economy. Then I will move to you, Saskia. So you are part of the institutions. You have been working in the European Parliament now in 2 terms. We have been seeing that these changes didn't happen overnight, but it would be interesting to hear from you how you, as a member of the European Parliament, experienced this change, at least at the public facing level from the European Commission. How are you experiencing this need to prioritize competitiveness, but especially on the topics that you have been following in the last terms, especially fundamental rights, migration, environment, and digital as well?
Thank you. This is my daily life in the Parliament for 1 year now. And it's probably also your daily life, reading the news, hearing the news, and also in your work. So how are you first? That's my question, because we're all anxious and tired, I think, as politicians, where our action is driven by fundamental rights, as activists, as members of NGOs, of civil society, try to fight for fundamental rights where it should be given, right? That the first aim of politicians would be to defend fundamental rights and public interests. And it's obviously not the case. And yes, it's my second term. I'm a member of the Libe Committee, so Justice, Home Affairs, Civil Liberties, Migration. And when I arrived in 2019 in the European Parliament, Libe Committee was one of the most prestigious committees. Everyone wanted to join this committee. It's the parliamentary committee that is busy with most of the legislative files also in the parliament. And I have to say that under the first mandate, it was already, and I've worked with many of you, fight to keep the fundamental rights agenda on board when it came to the Europol reform, for instance, migration pact, other example, and where we as Greens were also constantly saying to center-left political groups, stop giving up to the far-right agenda when it comes to migration. And so 2019, 2024, most of the negative focus was on migration, on the fact to indeed prioritize the security agenda, to have a pact that obviously violates fundamental rights and that is more driven by externalization of migration policies, instead of having fair share, a solidarity approach, you know all this. And then at the end of the previous mandate, when the electoral campaign was heading in front of us, obviously the conservative agenda was to adopt the same kind of approach that was already taken towards migration issues to the environment, the Green Deal. It became the man to kill, and everything that goes together with the Green Deal, NGOs, activists, you said it, climate activists that are under threat. We've seen that people acting in solidarity with migrants have been criminalized the last years. And we see the constant growing trend to criminalize more and more forms of activists, including now, obviously, when it comes to environmental policies. The first attack, public
attack was against the nature restoration law. I don't know if you remember that, but before the elections, the first attempt of the conservatives, and it was probably a stress test coming from them, to try and to see what it would, where it would end up. And this attack, probably that our progressist groups and maybe even civil society didn't see it coming as a strategy. A strategy that doesn't come alone, because we have, of course, an eye on what's going on in the United States since Trump was elected, but we have our own Trumps, right? Here in Europe, here in Belgium, that serve the same agenda. And this is obviously a trend that has been pushed for the elections, and yes, in the name of competitiveness, we have to stop with all these layers of environmental legislation, because those Greens and those activists have overburdened the companies and which are now in trouble when it comes to competitiveness with China, with the US, with others. And we have to simplify. Simplification is something that in my daily work I hear from different sectors, that all the legislative layers coming from the EU, coming from the member states, brings obstacles to good policies, right? And it's also true in the farming sector. It's true in many sectors. But here, the simplification agenda is indeed, and I can just, yes, I will not repeat what you've said, but I completely agree with your analysis. It serves another agenda. Remember, the Green Deal was adopted with a competitiveness agenda. It's a green growth deal. It was not a degrowth deal. It's a Green Deal that was constructed around the idea that sustainability is a precondition to competitiveness, to green growth, to the ability of the European Union to have a good economic industrial transition, integrating the sustainability agenda. That's why there was a circular economy strategy and all kinds of strategies coming from this Green Deal. And so all the reports, including from the Commission, and there was an impact assessment for that one, pointing at the need, the imperative for the EU to adopt the Green Deal and all the linked strategies and policies in terms of green growth and competitiveness for companies. And now the agenda has completely switched for purely ideological reasons, because basically, I would say the Greens are were progressing too much, and the green agenda at EU level was just, giving reason not only in terms of political groups, right, but also in terms of agenda changes. The transition means that many companies and existing sectors would have to either adapt, either disappear, either be replaced by all kind of sectors active in the transition. And this is threatening many business interests, including the fossil fuel companies that have no interest in the short term to change their business model. They have done so because they all invest in renewables. If you look at what they do, they are all actors of the transition. But as long as they can defend their conservative agenda and remain in the existing economic model, they will. It's capitalism, it's business, it's making money, even though it affects fundamental rights, even though it affects the environment. I can give you one concrete example. Under the last term in another committee I'm in, International Trade Committee, we adopted the TSD chapter, Trade and Sustainable Development chapters. Social, environmental standards that are becoming enforceable in the context of trade agreements. Nobody talks about those chapters anymore in the current context. I turn to the US. What the Commission has said when concluding the deal with the US on the tariffs is that we need to conclude an agreement, even though it's not a good agreement and a very balanced agreement for the EU, because otherwise Trump will come with other new demands. Trump is coming with new demands when it comes to trade, but when it comes also to our digital legislation. So I think, to complete what you've said, that next steps might be the digital agenda. Not only because Trump is threatening EU legislation and to impose tariffs, but also because it serves the conservative agenda at EU level. Currently, the Commission is saying, don't touch our EU legislation when it comes to, for instance, the Digital Service Act. But the conservative agenda, the EPP agenda, is obviously to deregulate also because it's not good for EU's competitiveness to have such stringent laws, GDPR and others. I cannot say today that we will not reopen the GDPR legislation. Of course, for the moment, it's quite contented. But in a near future, and we know all the attacks against the GDPR that might exist, it might be a next step. I really wanted today to bring some positive stuff and good news and say that our children will grow in a Europe that is, you know, serving democracy and fundamental rights. But I have to say that for 1 year now, the promise is not to deregulate, not to touch on the existing legislations, including on the Green Deal side, have been broken. And we are in the middle of negotiations of an omnibus. Other omnibus regulations are, legislations are announced. And of course, as you said it rightfully, this doesn't apply to migration legislations because we finally had the pact. The main priority was supposed to implement the pact, even if we don't like it as it is adopted. But the aim was to implement the pact, and what we see since the new legislation mandate, it's a new legislation on safe third countries, the deportation, so the return directive, the migration hubs, pushing what? Meloni's agenda, right? And the far-right agenda. And we've seen that going more and more on the far-right agenda doesn't push back the far-right. It's just driving, helping, serving the far-right agenda. And we are, for more than 1 year now, in a true collaboration process between the far-right and the conservatives. And we are in the tricoterie here. In French, tricoter is to knit, to build links, to build clothes. Tricoter. We are in a process of de-knitting. Today, on détricote. They are de-knitting Europe. The conservative agenda, the EPP currently, is not pro-European. We see it from the inside. We see it from the agenda setting in the Libe committee. I said one of the most prestigious committees in the House is today mainly, look at the agenda, on Muslim brothers, migration and security, migrants violating our women and girls. This is the agenda in the Libe committee. And this is really, really preoccupying. And this is thanks to the fact that conservatives and the far right have a majority together. And this has fundamentally changed from the previous term. And I think one of the only way out is that the progressist groups, the pro-European groups, tell clearly to the EPP it's them or us. And we need you, civil society, for that, to be together in a common fight to say we want to save Europe and we want to keep working on progressive legislations where fundamental rights are at the core. If we don't do that, it's obvious that the conservatives will keep playing for the next 4 years and choosing when it also serves their own political agenda between us, progressists, or the far right.
Thank you. Thank you for giving the picture of the many things that change, but also to bring in the issue of, you know, sometimes we as civil society are being criticized for being too radical, whereas what you are saying right now is like the cost of making compromises on fundamental issues. And the reason why when we as civil society ask to reject certain laws or to completely shift the perspective, is not, and not to frame it as a compromise, but like as really sacrificing the fundamentals on which our society should be based on. So yeah, thank you for bringing that and for like showing like the complexity of how your daily work has changed yes, in the last year. So now I'm seeing the time. So now we will try in 10 minutes to look forward and bring solutions and hope. We were also saying this morning, like in our conversations, like and also don't be sorry to like bring like negative atmosphere here. Like we know that the situation is serious, and like as resistance histories, if they taught us something, is that it takes time. It's not a punctual event. I come from a country that it took us 2 decades or more to liberate itself from fascism. Theoretically, they're still there. So what I would like now to ask all of you, and yeah, sorry if I'm asking you to try to be short, but it's you are people that are working at the European level. European level is usually like laws, regulations, policies. What do we need to do to resist this growing fascism and authoritarianism? What is it needed? Is it like more laws? Is better laws? Is it beyond that? I know it's very complex, but I'm giving you the responsibility to find an answer. So maybe we can use the same order, and then I'll ask you just to pass the word to each other. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think my first answer would be that the fight against deregulation is very much a fight against authoritarianism as well, because deregulation, the wave that we see unfolding now, which also will spread to attacks on social rights, on workers' rights, it will deepen the feeling of insecurity and despair that is feeding the fertile ground for the rise of the far right in Europe, and it will strengthen these forces unless we manage to fight back effectively. So expanding the coalition that's on the way, uniting civil society groups and trade unions in that fight, and I think also, and very importantly, debunking the economic argument for deregulation that is in fact very shaky. I mean, Mario Draghi is being treated like a god. Every word he utters is seen as the ultimate truth. But it's really, his report was full of very not fact-based claims. It was heavily influenced as well. So yeah, we need to work on the debunking of the economic arguments. It was mentioned by several speakers earlier today. I think last week there was a statement by 250 economists on the first omnibus, the one on corporate sustainability, which pointed out that sustainability legislation is not an obstacle for economic development. Quite the opposite. It's something that increases the chances of European companies on global markets and for Europe to develop in a healthy way economically. So and then just to add, I think looking at the money, which investments are being prioritized, where does the taxpayers' money go? It really goes to the wrong things, and public investment in things that can create hope, that can improve the welfare states, rebuild public services that have been destroyed in recent years. Those are the kind of things that can help us fight back against authoritarianism and the fertile ground of the far right.
So yeah, to the question of what do we do at the EU level in this time of rising fascism, the short answer I have is I have no idea. But for this occasion, I did write some things down, so I'm going to just tell you those, and you can tell me later if they resonate or not. The first one is a bit more of an internal. So again, going back to this two sides of the coin, deregulation machine versus securitization machine. For us internally, I think it's great to see a mobilization against that. Over 400 organizations signed this call, excellent. One thing I think we really need to have is a little bit more nuance in that space to understand this both sides of the same coin. We need to really recognize that actually the laws for many of us did not work, are still not working. So as we fight against deregulation, we also really need to recognize that and not put all of our energy in the laws of the European system. As Arti has really explained to us, like this is really about laying the groundwork for fascism, to the extent that like everyone can be pulled into this regime. Activists like yourself will be in the future prosecuted, are being now, but also will increasingly be prosecuted under the counterterrorism framework that the EU has, and that is part and parcel of the EU's securitization regime. So that is not, we are not safe from that, and we all need to recognize that we are all just slight pegs away from that system. Second thing is about, like, okay, the last things I have to say is about this, I'm playing with reactivity and proactivity, right? Like, I think a lot of us, we hear how fucked the EU is, and we are like, should we even be spending time on EU legislation? And I really struggle with that, actually. But I think what Saskia has mentioned, what Arti has mentioned, and also what you have mentioned, Olivia, has showed us, like, I think there's not a clear-cut answer to that question. And on the reactivity side, we do absolutely need to invest energy in how do you effectively push back on these trends. But the question mark is, how, like, is what we have been doing all of these years working? How do we push back on this, like, descent into securitization, more money to these harmful frameworks? Is it making small tweaks to those systems? Or is it something else, something that goes more to the root of those trends? And that, I think, is in the workshop of Temi earlier from Glitch. We need to really get educated on the distinction between abolitionist reform, reformist reform. Not to say that advocacy won't help us here, but we need to be doing the right advocacy, self-critical, that is not actually challenging the things we're asking for. Are we exacerbating the capitalist competitiveness, but also securitization framework with our work, or are we not? And that's a very, like, we really, really need to look at that. In the conversations today, we've had a lot of contestation about militarism in Europe. Many of us don't endorse that, but we also have had conversations about how can Europe be more competitive in digital industries. So a question for us, how much are we endorsing in our work the trends that we say we don't want to see? So that's a little bit of a self-reflection. Then to the more on the proactive side, very depressing trends we're all talking about here. As Saskia said, the answer to fascism is not more fascism. We don't get into bed with the people that are exacerbating these trends, but we also don't use their language. We also don't say, oh, they have a good point. We also don't compromise or sacrifice with them, as we've talked about. So essentially, it's that, okay, we fundamentally have seen both in securitization and deregulation that it is a capitalist project. So we need to actually be serious about building meaningful alternatives to that, whether that's inside EU institutions or whether it's outside. We need to think about what else do we really want and gear towards that. And for us, it's really thinking about what does a redistributive approach look like. So we are really all upset, shocked, horrified at the descent into militarism, at the descent into the surveillance state, the descent into a police state. Many of us, I think, in the room don't believe that police, prisons, offshore detention centers are what Europe needs and what brings us safety and protection. So what does? That is, as Olivia said, that's the welfare state, that's free education, that's housing for all. The EU, you could say, has never really been for that project, but there is a lot of a need for us to build power around the movements that are for those projects. And so let's invest our energy there.
Yeah. I think, yeah, Sarah made some good points in terms of, you know, how do we engage in the current system and within the current policy proposals. I think we don't have the luxury of not engaging at the risk of, you know, really bad, even worse policies being made. So I think one thing that we cannot stop doing is advocating for, you know, a fundamental rights approach. know it sounds easy and quite simplified, but this is something we should make non-negotiable in all our discussions with policymakers. And I think we're in a strange moment as civil society organizations or those working on civic space, because we have the European Commission that proposed a civil society strategy, which is something that civil society has been advocating for many years. So we see this as a huge, a door to kind of make a difference and really recognize the legitimacy of civil society, but also do important things like, carve out protection mechanisms for human rights defenders, include funding for civil society organizations, and also centering fundamental rights, human rights impact assessments. So this is a strategy document that could really be useful for actors on the ground. At the same time, it needs to be actionable. So yeah, on a practical level, I think everyone, in the space should know about this. But it is a strange moment to be in, because the same, commission that is proposing good things for civil society is also responsible for shrinking civic space. And I think the last thing I want to say is, and I think, Olivier talked about this coalition building. This is my first time at Privacy Camp, so I'm not usually in digital rights spaces, even though we should be. And the same could be said for, working on anti-discrimination, working on climate justice. I think that hearing the conversations today, many of the things resonated with our work in civic space, and I think it was vice versa. So how can we really work together and really share the same messages? Because the issue of overregulation, deregulation, simplification, and the securitization narrative, it really affects us. Whether you're someone who's part of a grassroots movement that's protesting on the streets, or whether you're a form of, a civil society group working on countering Islamophobia. So I think we really need to make sure that we're all kind of talking to each other. It sounds very simple, but it's needed and necessary.
We have 1 minute. Sorry for that.
I have to be humble, because if I had the key, the Greens would have won the elections, and it's obviously not the case. But what I see on a daily basis when I talk with citizens is that nobody agrees with what is going on in terms of deregulation and the whole conservative far-right agenda setting at EU and at national level. Although results in the elections, not in Moldova, not in certain parts of Europe, but the main trend is still heading to a conservative agenda. So the first fight that we have to lead as politicians, as civil society, is also bringing awareness of the impact of policies and conservative policies and far-right policies on the daily lives of people. Disinvesting in public services, the security agenda that doesn't help anyone, the social agenda. But the thing is that currently what's going on at EU level, because we're talking about the EU level, is that it brings Euroscepticism instead of saying Europe is needed for our daily lives, right? It even further pushes the far-right agenda instead of showing that it's not going in the right direction. So I really think we have a first challenge there, is to bring awareness among citizens, because most of them are not really aware of what's going on exactly and what it means for their fundamental rights, for our rights and freedoms. You've probably seen the campaign on chat control, and most of the people still believe they have nothing to hide, and so it's all right. But we have to talk and keep talking about it, and also make it clear who represents at political level, at EU level, the public interest, and who is actually serving business interests and very short-term agendas. And then when it comes to your impact on policymakers, I think it's absolutely needed to keep campaigns, to keep your lobbying work towards politicians, for instance, to say no to the fact that
cohesion funds can go to military expenditure in bordering member states with Russia and Belarus, to say that we need, that the Commission has to make impact assessments and fundamental rights impact assessments and evaluations of its policies, including when it comes to GI legislation. So we need you for that, to denounce the fact that NGO funding a live program in environmental area is being, dismantled and mixed with other funds. It means that it will basically disappear. We need to keep fighting against, and we are together in this, against the criminalization of NGOs, of activists. So what I see from the inside is that when there's no civil society mobilization, when there's no campaigning on a certain topic, there's no accountability feeling for decision makers, for lawmakers, MEPs. Say, the debate doesn't exist, so I don't have to answer, basically. If the debate exists, if citizens call out their MEPs to act, their governments to act, it means that if they get no answer from them, they see who is actually acting and who is actually not acting in the right direction. So the main message I want to bring is that we probably have, without complex in French, without taboo, to work hand in hand, like-minded partners, to keep fighting for the better world we want, and really to strategize together. On the political level, we see that we're still fighting amongst progressists, instead of saying, okay, we have a common enemy here, and let's fight together against this enemy, which is obviously fascism and authoritarianism.
Thank you, Saskia. Thank you, all of you, for accepting the challenge and answering this question. I've seen any type of edgy face looking at me like, we are over time. So clearly we don't have time for comments or questions, but the good news that we are going directly into the drinks, the bar, so it's the best. It's actually the closing, because we're not that important to close the event, but I feel like, but it's not the reality. But thank you everyone for engaging with this discussion. Thank you for helping us go through all this interconnection. As we were speaking, I was thinking how this simplification agenda is manifestation of what Hannah Arendt called the banality of evil. So it just looks like, some papers, but it actually hides fascist program. But we are together. We are making connections. So thank you for being with us, and we'll continue after the closing the discussion.
Boo, 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 boo. Hey, everybody. Oh, my God. You're still here. Come in, come in. We're just doing the closing. But as you... Please come in. Come on, you can do it. The last final 5 minutes to show some appreciation for everybody who made this possible. Come through. Grab a friend. Bring them in. Jill, join me on the stage. I know it's so difficult. Okay.
Can they bring their drinks in?
No, but they're shouting some things. How's everyone? Tired? Terrible. Beautiful, happy. Okay, I see a lot of different faces, lots of different emotions there. Do you feel like you still, do you still feel your body? Is the hips still there? The arms still there? Come through, come through. It's the time of the year. Shall we just go? All right, let's go through the next final 10 minutes of the day. There's only this standing between you and a drink, which is not terrible. So at the beginning of the day, we asked you to put your hands up if it was the first time here. Now, we're gonna ask you only to operate with the thumb because we're tired. So show me a thumb up if you're still hyped up of energy. Show me a horizontal one if you're like, I'm crawling. And then a really low one if you're just ready for the day. Can I see some thumbs? Okay, I think we're still, we can handle another half an hour maximum, maybe even a whole hour of drinks. But what we're going to do now is basically wrap it up a bit, say a few words of appreciation to everybody who's contributed, and have a little summary of what we've learned. So I'm gonna pass it on to Jill, who's been part of the content committee together with Gloria and myself, who we already met this morning, to tell us a bit about what was the vibe today.
Yeah, so I'm not going to give a summary. I think I will just highlight certain things. Also, I think a lot of good things have been said, and I think that it speaks for itself. So I think there's not so much of a need for me to give a summary, except I think there are a lot of discussions that we had today and a lot of connections that were made on militarization, non-reformist reforms, climate justice, deregulation, but also sort of the role of increasing law that's being perpetuated to particular groups of people in Europe. And I think this needs to continue. And of course, I hope that some of the things that you have some of the topics that you've discussed today, the people that you meet today, that will also help you reorient, or not you, us, I think, reorient the ways we, how that shapes what we do in our work, but also individually. And I mean, in this current moment of how we arrived here, I don't see this as just particularly a Trumpian or far-right kind of a phenomena. I think I implore everyone to reckon with what Europe is, its colonial histories that continue to today. Its clearest manifestations is Europe's role in the ongoing genocide in Palestine, and every day it's manifested at the borders, policing, social welfare, across groups that are not always present in the room. So I think this is important to stress, because when you all mention Europe and democracy, I don't see Europe and democracy. I have never seen Europe and democracy, so I think it's also important to see it as something of not going back to what it was, because what it was and still is a colonial imperial power. And sometimes it hides it better than the US does, and it has its different forms and manifestations, but it still is what it is. And so I think that the technologies and the law, including the rights that we engage with, are intertwined deeply in these different contexts and power asymmetries and issues on the ground. And yeah, I mean, as Mariam Kaba has said, everything that you hear her, everything that you're witnessing in the world today, let it radicalize you. So find ways individually and collectively to work through some of the fear, some of our discomfort, sometimes a lack of imagination, and draw upon courage from those people who have come before us and the many who are engaging in struggles underground in all the respective geographies that we are situated in. Racialized folks, low-income folks, migrants, workers, all of them. People are doing that work, and I think that's a lot that we can draw from, especially from the law and policy spaces that we're in. Someone today at the session that was mentioned about the Freedom Flotilla and not waiting for institutions or politicians to act. And I think there's a lot that we can draw from on that, of taking that courage and just doing and trying and not relying on structures of power always, even if that has to be something that we do in our respective work. So I think I want us to collectively think and work beyond this to develop a clear-eyed analysis of our social-political climate in these times and reorient who we center, who we work alongside, and how we move towards justice and liberation for all.
Thank you, Jill. That is very difficult to say something after that, but what I want to take us through is basically acknowledge how many people have contributed to today. And I think everything you've mentioned now has been distributed in quite a few sessions. We've had over 20 sessions, so many organizers, so many facilitators, so many speakers. So I want us to take a moment to think of them and the courage they had to come through with proposing these very difficult conversations, and of course, give yourself a hand for being an active part of that. Then we should thank the folks at Tricoterie and the whole technical staff for helping us. And then, as we do every year, I would like to start inviting on stage the people who made Privacy Camp literally operational, so we can be here sitting on chairs today, so we can eat food. So I'm going to start inviting Guillermo, the operational brain. I'm going to go next to Amber Sina, EDRI's incoming executive director, who will join us soon. Join us. And then I'm going to go to the comms and campaigns team. Come on stage. Shubha, Chiara, Brian, come through. Thank you for the massive communication effort and making us visible today. Then Kata, Jean, Vanessa, Sita, and Frederica join us on stage for the community and finance push. And then, of course, least but most definitely not least important, the policy colleagues. Ella, Chloe, Blue, Ichaso, and Jan. Simeon, where are you? Join us here. Please give all these people a standing ovation. We will hope to try and make Privacy Camp even better next year, even more critical, and even more embedded with solidarity for everybody to actually get out of here with an action plan. It's difficult, but we're trying.
And thank you, Andrea, as well, of course.
Thank you, Margaret. And with this being said, the bar is over there. Welcome. Enjoy.
We did it. It's over.